Hello and welcome to Lander Tigers Soccer. I hope you're having a beautiful day, folks. It's a nice day here in Riverton, a little chilly outside, but nonetheless, great day for Rivalry Soccer. I've been talking about it all season long. You know I'm a Lander alum, but I have roots in both areas, so it's going to be a fun game to call for me and a great game for you to stay tuned here on wyotoday.com for, all right? So here's the current standings, because we have about 4 minutes till the starting lineups. Lander sits 5-1, and Riverton sits 2-5. I have this theory that everything's a little more intense when Rivalry Week rolls around, so make sure to keep it here through both games. We're going to follow the ladies in this match, and then the boys varsity teams coming up at about 6. All right, so last week for Lander, the games were canceled due to snow. It was a little too snowy. So that Worland game has been rescheduled, I believe, to the 27th, but I will double check on that toward the end of the game. For Riverton faced off against Douglas, and those ladies won 6-1. All right, Fremont County, I hope you're ready for Rivalry Week. We're going to go over some of the history between the two teams here in just a sec, but we're going to appreciate some of our local sponsors.
You can live in a cabin and be socially distanced in the beautiful foothills of the Wind River Mountains. The Alpine Science Institute is a multi-use educational and recreational center for degrees in outdoor education, outdoor recreation, environmental science, anthropology, and expedition science. Don't let a pandemic stop you from pursuing a degree that is full of adventure. Go to www.cwc.edu/alpinescience and make your way.
Central Bank and Trust is a proud supporter of Lander Valley Soccer. With 3 branches in Fremont County, their mission is to help develop Wyoming communities with Wyoming values. From opening your first checking account to taking out a loan for a new business venture, Central Bank and Trust is your local bank and lender. Central Bank and Trust brings top-of-the-line technologies to their customers with chipped debit cards, mobile deposit, QuickBooks integration for businesses, online bill pay, and more. Central Bank and Trust. It's more than a bank, it's a community. Visit centralbankandtrust.com. Good luck and go Tigers.
When it comes to protecting your family, home, car, or business, you can count on Mountain West Farm Bureau Mutual Insurance Company. You deserve a local agent who is dedicated to helping you with all of your insurance needs. And that's what you'll get with Jake Hunke, your local Farm Bureau agent. Jake Hunke offers the quality products and services you're looking for. Visit his new location at 450 Main Street in Lander or call 307-332-3295 and discover the advantages of working with a local agent. Trust experience. Trust Farm Bureau.
In any sport, athletes face the chance of sustaining an injury. According to the Athletic Training Association, 90% of student athletes reported some sort of sports-related injury. What's more, is 54% report playing while injured. For various reasons, sports-related injuries are increasingly leaving our youth at risk of exposure to opioid-based pain medication. Fremont WhenTheGameSlowsDown.com is here to help navigate monitoring medication, social support, and suggestions on what to do when the game slows down. Brought to you by Fremont County Prevention Program.
When you're looking for a great deal on a new or used car or truck, think Fremont Toyota. Shop over 1,000 vehicles from 12 manufacturers you know and love. Plus, they give you their best price up front, so you can be sure you're getting the best deal possible. And their state-of-the-art service facilities and expert technicians come with their 1-year hassle-free maintenance plan with all new vehicles. Fremont Toyota, they're your friends and neighbors and proud to sponsor Lander Valley High School Soccer. 103 Fremont Way in Lander. Visit FremontToyotaLander.com. Go Tigers!
Hello! The spring forecast at Hello the House calls for heavy showers of savings the first 2 full weeks of April. Starting Monday, April 5th, and lasting through Saturday, the complete inventory will be 30% off.
Trading down further on prices, Monday, April 12th, for the week, everything store-wide is 50% off. Stop in soon to soak up the savings. These spring showers dry up and blow away after April 17th. Hello the House, 370 Main in Lander is open 11 till 5:30 weekdays and 10 till 4 on Saturdays.
Back, folks, to Wolverines Field here in Riverton. We're going to do our starting lineups. Starting off, as the GK for today, switching it up, is Demi Stauffenberg. Then, a sophomore, Anna Nielsen, number 7. Up next, we have Abby Copeland at number 8. Number 12, a freshman, Mason Morton. We have Annabelle Knockhazel at number 13. We have Mia Copeland coming in at number 17. She's a junior this year. Coming in at number 20, we have Haley Lytle. Number 25, a sophomore, Delaney Sullivan. Number 26, a junior, Emma Getz. And Ashley Cook coming in as number 27, playing a middle today for the Tigers. Now for the Lady Wolverines, number 0 is Witzel today, Sadie Witzel. Number 1 is Olivia Bradley for the Lady Wolverines. Number 2, Camden Sheets. Number 8, Kennedy Johnson Higgs. Number 9, Magdalena Mayer. Number 11, Savannah Morton. Number 19, Jordan Anderson. Number 21, Taliana Shaw. Number 23, Haley Engstrom. And number 29, Celie Morton for the Lady Wolverines. It's rivalry week, and if I could talk to save my life. Oh, they also have number 4, Madison Fossey. She didn't want to be left out of that one. Hey, folks, beautiful time for soccer and for rivalry week. If I can say rivalry week 5 more times, I should have it down. Hey, for this matchup today, interesting history between the Lady Wolverines and the Lady Tigers. So did some digging, and because soccer did not happen in 2020, thanks COVID, the last time that there was a record set between these girls, it was the Lander girls beat Riverton 3-1 back in 2019. So we'll see how today's matchup ends up. I'm pretty stoked for this. Getz is going to start in center circle for the Lady Tigers. Last week, the games for the Lady Tigers were canceled due to snow. Riverton coming off of a win against Douglas. So it's also extremely unfair. The SRO for Riverton has popcorn just a few seats down. Charlie Marshall, I'm talking to you. He also didn't believe me that when we were in the pregame show that he needed to do some dancing. And we're off. Nielsen to the right. She gives a boot over to Getz. Out on the Tigers, Wolverines ball. Attempted head by the Lady Wolverines. That was coming off of Johnson Higgs. A nice smother by the Riverton GK, Witzel. She'll give it a shoe, landing about the 35. Good formation work from the Lady Tigers. Taking a tumble is Mayer of the Lady Wolverines. No call there, by the way. Toss in from Copeland. Pretty even pace between the two ladies teams today. Lander ball being brought in by Abby Copeland. Good footwork by Bradley. Free kick off of Morton, and I have to clarify because during this broadcast you're going to hear 3 different Mortons, okay? We have Savannah Morton, we also have Celie Morton for the Lady Wolverines, and then on behalf of the Tigers we have Mason Morton, number 12. Thank goodness for video in this case. Wolverines moving into the danger zone of the Lady Tigers and quickly taken back. Sullivan to the ground. They're going to call it clean. Which I'll preface this, if you're a new viewer, you won't catch me disagreeing with refs. They're a lot closer than I am to the game. Hansen taking a boot back to center field. To the left with Sullivan. A nice steal there from the Lady Wolverines. Kicked out of bounds by Mia Copeland. Ball will go out of bounds. Keeping good pace in the beginning of this game. Riverton Shaw with good footwork. They'll drop that back to Bradley. Lander giving themselves some elbow room. Keeping the pressure tight on the Lady Wolverines. Now on the Lady Wolverines. The toss in for Lander, trying to make its way to Getz in the wing. Nice double back by Getz. It's going to be over to Sullivan. He'll take a shot on goal a little too far to the left. Now this clock, unlike the previous one that we had over in Pinedale, will actually count down from the 40. That one, in contrast, was counting up. Sullivan to Getz. Getz with a shot on goal too far to the right, taking out a snowdrift along the way. We're seeing great movement from the Lady Tigers into the Wolverines' defensive third. It'll be interesting to see how they adjust throughout the game to each other's play styles. Goal kick coming out from Morton, Savannah Morton of the Lady Wolverines. I'm going to try my best to distinguish between the Mortons today, folks. A swipe there by Nielsen. That'll go to no man's land, taken over by Sheets. Wolverines will keep it inbounds, send it to the flank. That meets up with Cook. Toss coming in for Mia Copeland. In for the Lady Wolverines. And kicks back out by Copeland. Swiped there from in front of Sullivan. Some good formation passes by the Wolverines. And a change of direction brought on by Morton. Savannah Morton, that is. Ball will roll to the wing of the Lady Tigers. Kick toward the touchline and back in. Whistle's going to blow, signaling a penalty. I think it might have touched a hand on one of the Lady Tigers. Penalty kick, going to come off of the foot of Savannah Morton. Since that penalty was inside the penalty box, well, that's how we ended up here. A reach up, a struggle to keep it out of the danger zone behind the 6, and a kick in, and getting a palm on it nicely was Demi Stauffenberg. Kind of a high pressure moment for the Tigers, with the Wolverines getting dangerously close to getting between those goalposts. Toss into Knock Hazel. At least I'm fairly positive that's Knock Hazel. She's normally 13.
On your back.
I also don't have a 31 on the roster, so I'm going to guess it's Knock Hazel. Abby Copeland getting a foot on it. That'll roll back to the 10 before Lytle kicks it out of bounds. It was a good setup off the foot of Riverton's Seeley Morton. Got just before the 6 and then was kicked out of bounds. Wolverines ball. Engstrom throws in. Nielsen's going to try to get control. Sullivan with great footwork. Sending it down, trying to meet up with Getz.
You have time, you have time, you have time.
Cook and Copeland follow it to the wing, where it'll go out of bounds. Wolverines ball. So far, 29 minutes left in this first half of play. Join us for the halftime show, where we're going to recap this first half, any scores, any notable points, and talk a little bit more history between the Lady Tigers and Wolverines. That's what rivals are for. If you look on the far side of the field, you can see some track practice happening, some baton switch-offs.
Wildcat
Whistles.
will enter for Riverton.
Wildcat going in for Riverton. Actually spoke with her about the game today. She's excited. A flip in with the touch. I've seen that in videos, but I haven't seen it in person. That was a pretty cool move. It's hard to explain that to somebody until you see it, so next time I try to talk about it, you know exactly what I'm pointing at. A great dynamic toss there. That was off of Johnson Higgs. In from Sealy Morton. Getz will take control over to Knockhazel. Knockhazel with good movement, but couldn't find anyone as it rolls down into the keeper's hands for the Wolverines. Witzel scoping the field and gives it a kick. Sullivan's on top of it. She'll dribble around the defense over to Getz. Getz with a shot on goal, palmed sturdily by Witzel of the Wolverines. Is sturdily a word? If not, she just made it one. Nielsen getting a knee on it. That'll roll out of bounds. Lady Wolverines ball. A nice day at RHS. Knockhazel with control, sending it to the defensive third. It's ironic when you consider a pretty day about 35 degrees. Says it feels like 37. But for now, the flag on the end of the field is not blowing in the wind, so they can be thankful for that here at Wolverine Stadium. Getz will take a tumble and the ball will go out past the end line. Bringing the kick is Savannah Morton. Goal kicks up and back to Sullivan at the 30. Great dribble by the Lady Tigers and a shot on goal by Sullivan. No success at the back of the net. A nicely paced game here between the Wolverines and the Tigers. 26 minutes left in the first half of play. Good movement downfield by Bradley of RHS. Meets up with Mia Copeland. She'll boot it out of bounds. Going in for the Lady Wolverines.
Osborne will enter for Riverton.
It looks like Osborne will join us on the field. Wolverines toss. That went over to, it looks like Spoon Hunter. Mia Copeland from the touchline gets it over to Sullivan. Good change of direction off of Johnson Higgs. Gets back. And that'll roll over to Witzel. She'll send it out. The Wolverines playing keep away at this point. Neither team making much headway outside of center field. Abby Copeland, quick to bring the ball back into play. Knockhazel back to Nielsen. She'll send it forward to Getz. Meeting up with Sullivan. No one's in front of her. They're going to call that offsides. Getz is going to try to plead her case. Not intently, however. That was a tough one to call offsides-wise, but that's why I say they're a lot closer on the field than I am from the window up here in the press box. Pressure coming off from Bradley. Whistles to result in a free kick. Call a handball on one of the Lady Wolverines. Giving it up to the Tigers. And Copeland, Abby, will take that out. Into the hands of Witzel. That'll get a boot back just before center circle, meeting up with Lytle. Lytle racing down, finding it hard to keep up with the Lady Wolverines. It looks like Bradley was taking it down the sideline. Wolverines good with movement downfield. Lander keeping up the defense. Ball's in with a kick, too far to the left. Intended as a shot on goal. That'll go past the end line. Goal kick for the Tigers coming out off of the foot of Abby Copeland. Knock Hazel with a nice swipe. She'll lose that yet again to Bradley. Bradley, a tough contender in this part of the field. Whistles that ball. Will go to the Lady Tigers. Copeland with the free kick. That'll go through the legs of Riverton's Johnson Higgs. Refs will call offsides again. That'll be in favor of the Lady Wolverines. 21 minutes left to go in this first half of play. Lander doing a good job of reading the field and creating space with their formations. However, meeting some tough times with penalties. But that being said, there's 20 minutes left in this first half of play, which is plenty, especially for rivals like the Wolverines and the Tigers. Ball kept inbounds by Abby Copeland. Now in a power struggle between Knockhazel and Morton. Gets with good dribbles. Gives that left over to Hansen. Hansen in the danger zone. A shot on goal. A little right. Substitutions going in for the Lady Wolverines. We'll see Mayer return to the field. Also Anderson and Spradlin.
Mayer will enter. And Anderson.
Goal kick for the Wolverines. That'll go past Knockhazel. Nielsen almost got there, but it'll be out on the Tigers. The ref's going to clarify on what she meant. A little confusion there on whether or not it was Lander or Riverton's ball. That was a nice pass there between Hansen and Nielsen. Toss in from Ingstrom. Wolverines making some headway. Wildcat passes right. So far, a decent crowd here in Riverton Stadium today. Knockhazel making her way down the sideline into the penalty box. That ball will be kicked out of bounds. Going past the end line makes it a goal kick for the Lady Wolverines. for the halftime show in just under 18 minutes. We'll recap the scores if they're already in the first half and talk about what's to come for both teams. We'll go over some scheduling and some history as far as standings back in 2019, which was the last soccer season. Deflection off of Mayer for the Wolverines. Call from the refs. That'll make it Riverton ball. A boot from Savannah Morton will drop back, met up by Abby Copeland in the wing. In from Ingstrom. Lander taking possession. Over to the 50 with Getz. Getz with great footwork. Going over to Sullivan. She's making her way out in front. She'll lose the ball, take control again, drop back to Getz, who will take a shot on goal. Too much power. No good. Telling my computer it's not allowed to update right at the moment. Tigers ball. Substitutions going in.
Will enter for Lander.
Going in for Lander is Atnip. Coming in for Lady Tigers, or excuse me, for Lady Wolverines. Joining the field is Shaw. Nielsen tosses to Getz, who will give it a head over. Atnip goes right. The ball will be booted out of bounds by Fossey. Both teams keeping pace nicely with one another. Getz doing a good job of snatching that ball away with another shot on goal. Closer this time, but too far left. On the sideline, you can see Coach Montero talking to Knockhazel, giving her some pointers. Corner kick will come in from Mia Copeland. Kicks in from Copeland, headed by the Wolverines. Back over to Copeland. She'll boot it just in front of the goal and out. Looks like maybe off of Atnip. Goal kick coming in from Savannah Morton of RHS. Boots up. Morton working hard on the sideline. Both teams spending the majority of their time in the center third of the field. A beautiful field here at Wolverine Stadium. A good steal from Nielsen. Gets with pressure near the flank. Takes it to center. Booted out by Savannah Morton. Toss up and over. Cook was going to try to get ahead on it. Instead, a nice catch there by Lytle. Catch metaphorically speaking, of course. Nice dribble around the triangle, trying to create some wiggle room for the Lady Tigers. Ball will go out of bounds, off the foot of Shaw for RHS. Substitutions. Knock Hazel back in for the Lady Tigers. Bradley, and also it looks like coming in is Conley for RHS.
Bradley and Conley enter for Riverton.
Toss in by Mia Copeland over to Sullivan. She'll use her footwork, getting tripped up a bit. We'll get her a whistle. Taking the free kick was Savannah Morton. Sullivan with a good move that takes her past a defensive player, trying to keep her at the side. Ball back in the hands of RHS. Downfield with Heidenrich. Atnip following the ball out of bounds. That'll be out on the Tigers. In for RHS, Seeley Morton.
Landers.
Bradley drops it back. That'll go out of bounds. Riverton ball. Toss in from Ingstrom over to Bradley. A boot by Bradley will go out of bounds. Lander ball. Abby Copeland's going to bring that back in. Knock Hazel making sure to give herself control before she drops back. Lander ball. Mia Copeland bringing it in this time. Tosses in, intended for Sullivan. Instead gets a touch on it from Riverton. A lot of concentrated effort near the sidelines of this match. Neither team able to get a score between the goalposts, and 10 minutes left in this first half of play. Good move downfield by Getz. They're going to call that offsides from the pass from Getz to Sullivan. Free kick coming off of, that was Savannah Morton. Make sure I'm saying the right Morton there. Good swipe by Sullivan down the sideline. A nice pass between the defenders. Too much power from the kick. As we like to say, that would count in any other sport. That's what we need. We need to put the SRO as our color commentator. I think I got a no from Charlie Marshall on that one. Goal kick by Morton, Savannah Morton. That'll go out of bounds. Bradley chasing it out. Toss in from Knock Hazel. That goes intended for Getz, it looks like. Back to the feet of Lander and taken to middle field. Who are you looking for? I believe that's Knock Hazel. I believe so. So I'm not seeing 13. I think so. I'm guessing she normally plays a forward and is also blonde, so. A good effort from both teams coming today. A rival game always brings out the best, I think, of athleticism against two teams. Of course, as a Lander alumni, I always have to joke because the other person in my household was a Riverton alumni. The ball will roll back to the GK for Riverton. Copeland giving it some gas, kicks that ball out of bounds. Looks like it might have gone off of Riverton. Knockhazel bringing it back. Riverton ball this time. Engstrom with a toss that rolls back to Hansen. Pass over to Getz. Nice movement with the juke there from Knockhazel. She'll pass back to Lytle. And over to Hansen. The Lady Tigers doing a good job of working the angles today. Substitutions going in for the Lady Wolverines. We have Johnson Higgs and Mayer returning to the field.
Higgs. Mayer enter.
Short toss for the Wolverines. Lady Tigers not giving up pressure yet. We have 5 minutes and 54 seconds left in this first half of play. So far, 0-0 in this contest. Sullivan down to the defensive third, into the penalty box. Getz making her way with a shot on goal and in for Emma Getz. Emma Getz.
Goal for Getz.
Great movement by the Lady Tigers and good work of those formations is how they got behind the Riverton defense. So far in this first half of play, been pretty evenly paced between the two teams. Great movement by both. Just able to sneak behind, that was Witzel, and get into the goalposts. Riverton seeming a little more amped up, bringing the ball back into play. Cook with a boot, sends it left, and then over to, I believe, let's see, that was over to Morton, Mason Morton of the Tigers. That was a pass over to Mayer. It looks like she paused for a second to make sure where her team was, reading the field. Throw in from the touch line, goes over to Bradley. Bradley will, looks like, try to deflect it off of Mayer. Intense coverage by both Bradley and Knockhazel. Atnip trying to get it over to Getz, instead met in the middle by Hansen. Getz getting back into the danger zone, into the penalty box. Nice weave, and getting a hand on it was Witzel. It looks like offsides will be called on Lander. Taking the kick. Coming off of Savannah Morton. Nice lateral pass for the Wolverines. Taking a tumble will be Knock Hazel. Hansen reading before she boots it over, trying to meet up with that nip. I'm hearing a cowbell from below me, which means that eventually in this game we will hear a cowbell. A nice dribble by Knock Hazel, returned by the Wolverines from Fosse. A little bit of a collision as Copeland went for the ball. Ref will call it clean. Over to Sullivan. She'll boot it over the head of Getz. Chasing it down is Atnip. She'll head to the wing. Following it out to make sure it goes out on the right team for the Wolverines was Fosse. Goal kick coming off of Savannah Morton. That'll go just out of the reach of her fellow Wolverine. I believe that was over to Celie Morton. Gonna go ahead and assume sisters, maybe. You know, it's been a couple matches since we've played a soccer game where snowdrifts get to help stop the soccer ball. Also, thanks to that copious amount of snow, the game against Moreland was canceled last week for the Lady Tigers. Nielsen coming back in for Atnip. Nielsen's been making some good movement on the forward line for the Tigers. Also does a great job when she's in midfield. A kick up and over by Hansen. Past the goal line, it means a GK for the Wolverines. Keeper kick coming out by Morton. Out on the Wolverines off of Engstrom. Knock Hazel with a hustle. She'll bring it back into play. A nice lob, a little too far right, off of Hansen. We're slowly ticking down the clock. Looks like 20-ish seconds left in this first half of play. We'll go to the halftime show. We'll recap a little bit of the play, the score that we had, and look forward to what we can expect. In the danger zone, Lander Tigers making way off the goalpost from Getz. Oh, this is goosebump moments. Smothered out by Witzel for Riverton High School. Whew, all right, that's a good way to end the first half of play. We're going to take a break and recognize some of our great local sponsors here on WyoToday.com. We'll be right back with your recap of this half of play.
Looking to get back in the game this year? Avoid the rush by scheduling sports physicals now with Lander Medical Clinic. Sports physicals start after May 1st and are an important part of youth wellness exams. Preventative health took a backseat to COVID this past year, and Lander Medical Clinic wants to get teens back in the door for their wellness and sports physicals. Schedule your child's wellness and sports physical exam in May, June, or July by calling 332-2941. Lander Medical Clinic.
I'm Sarah Penn. Go Tigers!
I'm Dr. Forbes. Go Tigers!
I'm Nate.
And I'm Billy.
Go Tigers!
Central Wyoming College has the perfect degree to help you learn, grow, advance, and lead. The new Bachelor of Applied Science degree in Organizational Management and Leadership is the perfect degree to earn during a pandemic. There's 3 ways to learn: online learning, virtual learning, and in-person learning. Whether you have some credits or no credits, you can earn a bachelor's degree at CWC and have the competitive edge for employment. Go to www.cwc.edu/leadtheway.
Does your car seem like it's feeling a little under the weather? Doesn't have that same get up and go or struggles to start in the mornings? Visit Lander Napa at 391 Main Street. Rick and the crew will help you get that car feeling brand new. They know the right parts and have the experience and Napa know-how to set you up for success on your repair job. So come see Rick and the team at 391 Main Street in Lander. Open Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., Saturday, 8 to 5, and Sunday, 10 to 3. Lander Napa. Man, I'm hungry, but nothing sounds good, and I don't feel like cooking.
Let's go to Molino Italian Bistro. I've been dying to try their house-made pastas, spaghetti, linguine, fettuccine.
Okay, I'm in.
Ooh, and their chicken parmesan with zucchini noodles, seared beef tenderloin.
You had me at...
White truffle risotto, crab dip.
Sounds good, let's go.
Truffle fries, calamari. Hey, where are you going?
To Molino. Are you coming or what? Molino Italian Bistro. Sophisticated yet relaxed. Handmade fresh daily. 129 Main Street, Lander. Get a free appetizer with a dinner order for two Tuesday through Thursdays now through April 8th.
Attending college at Central Wyoming College's Alpine Science Institute is the perfect place to be during a pandemic. You can live in a cabin and be socially distanced in the beautiful foothills of the Wind River Mountains. The Alpine Science Institute is a multi-use educational and recreational center for degrees in outdoor education, outdoor recreation, environmental science, anthropology, and expedition science. Don't let a pandemic stop you from pursuing a degree that is full of adventure. Go to www.cwc.edu/alpinescience and make your way.
Central Bank and Trust is a proud supporter of Lander Valley Soccer. With 3 branches in Fremont County, their mission is to help develop Wyoming communities with Wyoming values. From opening your first checking account to taking out a loan for a new business venture, Central Bank and Trust is your local bank and lender. Central Bank and Trust brings top-of-the-line technologies to their customers with chipped debit cards, mobile deposit, QuickBooks integration for businesses, online bill pay, and more. Central Bank and Trust. It's more than a bank, it's a community. Visit centralbankandtrust.com. Good luck and go Tigers.
When it comes to protecting your family, home, car, or business, you can count on Mountain West Farm Bureau Mutual Insurance Company. You deserve a local agent who is dedicated to helping you with all of your insurance needs. And that's what you'll get with Jake Hunke, your local Farm Bureau agent. Jake Hunke offers the quality products and services you're looking for. Visit his new location at 450 Main Street in Lander or call 307-332-3295 and discover the advantages of working with a local agent. Trust experience. Trust Farm Bureau.
Welcome back to Wolverines Field here on WyoToday.com, streaming live on both Facebook and on YouTube. So far, a pretty evenly matched game, at least in my humble opinion, for what it's worth. Both teams doing good at moving the ball throughout their formation, trying to work the angles and get into the defensive areas of the other team. A lot of time spent in the middle of the field, however. So there was a moment toward the beginning of the first half of play where Riverton was able to get into that danger zone of the Tigers. He had a breath hold moment, I'm sure, for everyone watching. Weren't able to find success between the goalposts at that point. That could change come this second half of play. The Lady Tigers, however, were able to get a score with 5 minutes and 40 seconds left to go in the first half. Emma Getz was able to sneak behind the goalkeep and get that in. High pressure from both teams in this first half of play. Some things that would be fun to see is how each team adjusts. I happen to know that the Riverton team was watching tape, studying very hard for this rivalry game. Can't wait to see how it goes from here on out. We're going to look at some schedules and some other notable points here on the WyoToday.com halftime show. That coming after this on Wyo Today on Facebook and streaming live on YouTube.
In any sport, athletes face the chance of sustaining an injury. According to the Athletic Training Association, 90% of student athletes reported some sort of sports-related injury. What's more is 54% report playing while injured. For various reasons, sports-related injuries are increasingly leaving our youth at risk of exposure to opioid-based pain medication. Fremont WhenTheGameSlowsDown.com is here to help navigate monitoring medication, social support, and suggestions on what to do when the game slows down. Brought to you by Fremont County Prevention Program.
you're looking for a great deal on a new or used car or truck, think Fremont Toyota. Shop over 1,000 vehicles from 12 manufacturers you know and love. Plus, they give you their best price up front, so you can be sure you're getting the best deal possible. And their state-of-the-art service facilities and expert technicians come with their 1-year hassle-free maintenance plan with all new vehicles. Fremont Toyota, they're your friends and neighbors and proud to sponsor Lander Valley High School soccer. 103 Fremont Way in Lander. Visit FremontToyotaLander.com. Go Tigers!
Hello! The spring forecast at Hello the House calls for heavy showers of savings the first 2 full weeks of April. Starting Monday, April 5th, and lasting through Saturday, the complete inventory will be 30% off. Breaking down further on prices, Monday, April 12th, for the week, everything store-wide is 50% off. Stop in soon to soak up the savings. These spring showers dry up and blow away after April 17th. Hello the House, 370 Main in Lander is open 11 till 5:30 weekdays and 10 till 4 on Saturdays. Looking to get back in the game this year? Avoid the rush by scheduling sports physicals now with Lander Medical Clinic. Sports physicals start after May 1st and are an important part of youth wellness exams. Preventative health took a backseat to COVID this past year, and Lander Medical Clinic wants to get teens back in the door for their wellness and sports physicals. Schedule your child's wellness and sports physical exam in May, June, or July by calling 332-2941. Lander Medical Clinic.
Attending college at Central Wyoming College's Alpine Science Institute is the perfect place to be during a pandemic. You can live in a cabin and be socially distanced in the beautiful foothills of the Wind River Mountains. The Alpine Science Institute is a multi-use educational and recreational center for degrees in outdoor education, outdoor recreation, environmental science, anthropology, and expedition science. Don't let a pandemic stop you from pursuing a degree that is full of adventure. Go to www.cwc.edu/alpinescience and make your way.
Central Bank and Trust is a proud supporter of Lander Valley Soccer. With 3 branches in Fremont County, their mission is to help develop Wyoming communities with Wyoming values. From opening your first checking account to taking out a loan for a new business venture, Central Bank and Trust is your local bank and lender. Central Bank and Trust brings top-of-the-line technologies to their customers with chipped debit cards, mobile deposit, QuickBooks integration for businesses, online bill pay, and more. Central Bank and Trust. It's more than a bank, it's a community. Visit centralbankandtrust.com. Good luck and go Tigers.
When it comes to protecting your family, home, car, or business, you can count on Mountain West Farm Bureau Mutual Insurance Company. You deserve a local agent who is dedicated to helping you with all of your insurance needs. And that's what you'll get with Jake Hunke, your local Farm Bureau agent. Jake Hunke offers the quality products and services you're looking for. Visit his new location at 450 Main Street in Lander or call 307-332-3295 and discover the advantages of working with a local agent. Trust experience. Trust Farm Bureau.
We're back here at Wolverines Field live at today.com. I'm Rusty Wirtz if you're just now joining. I hope you're ready for some Rivalry Week soccer. I finally got the hang of saying Rivalry Week. Yeah, say it 5 times fast and then you can talk. The teams have switched sides, about to kick off on the second half of play. We'll have another 40 minutes. So far, a nice match between the Lady Tigers and the Lady Wolverines. Bradley drops back. Wolverines taking it to the sideline and out. Knock Hazel, which I did confirm that is Knock Hazel. She'll toss it over to Sullivan and get Sullivan taking it just out of bounds. The toss coming in from the Lady Tigers with Sheets. And she'll, just kidding, give that away to Savannah Morton. Abby Copeland goes right over to Nielsen. Tries to make it over to Getz. Getz working her magic. She'll kick that into, between the arms there of Witzel. Stopped it with, looked like a little bit of her upper chest too, but a stop is a stop, and it cleared the goal. A collision in midfield. We won't speculate too much, folks, but both one of the Lady Tigers and one of the Lady Wolverines taking some time. Looks like it might have been collision with Abby Copeland. Looks like the Lady Tiger was Higgs.
Athletic trainer Anderson is on his way.
Mayer. I lied. That was Mayer. She'll head to the sideline with a sub in coming in.
Wildcat will enter.
Wildcat for the Wolverines. Coach Montero, after checking it out, will head off of the field.
I guess we're good. Hey, seriously, they were down.
Collisions in any sport can be a scary thing for fans and faculty and players alike. It looks like Copeland will jog over to Abilio Montero, the coach. It looks like there will be a sub out to make sure she's doing all right. Going in for the Tigers is Bethany Miller.
Miller enters for Lander.
Miller coming in for the first time this match. Getting back into the swing of things. Tigers trying to play keep away with the Wolverines. A boot from Bradley will send the ball far right and out of bounds. Mia Copeland taking the toss in over to Sullivan. A swipe coming off of the foot of Anderson for the Wolverines. Ball will roll past Getz, getting a lob off of Fossey. Ref will say it's Wolverines' free kick. That'll come from Bradley. Cook tried to get a chest on it. Instead, Mia Copeland playing keep away from Bradley. She'll chip that out of bounds, being brought back into play by Anderson. Mia Copeland gives it a kick high in the air. Gets over to Getz. Sullivan getting into position. Downfield. She goes to the 20. They called offsides again. That's offsides on the Lady Tigers. That's 4 offsides calls for this match. And one thing that I find interesting with talking with coaches, parents, soccer is very much one of those games. If either a call or a score happen, it's very much get your head back in the game and focus on what's coming versus on what just happened. And that's come from just about every coach I've talked to as well. Good movement from Hansen and Morton, Mason Morton that is. Hansen in center circle. A swipe there from Riverton. Takeaway from Hansen. Good movement by the Wolverines. Tigers racing back into the defensive third of the Wolverines. Sullivan with a shot. She'll go down. Ball no good. Going in for the Tigers is Abby Copeland.
Copeland enters for Lander.
Miller will take a seat. Looks like she's feeling all right after that collision just under a few minutes ago. Kick out from Savannah Morton. Bradley chips over, meeting the head of Knockhazel at the Tigers. 35 minutes left in the second half of play. Ball will roll out of bounds. Lander ball, Mia Copeland reading the field before she throws from the touchline. Hanson will send it over to Mason Morton. She'll take it to the sideline with a forward motion. Swipe from that pass from Getz. Savannah Morton with a good move there. Lytle chips it over, trying to get to Knockhazel. The crowd slowly growing here at Wolverine Stadium. Cook's going to kick the ball toward the direction of the touchline. That'll roll out of bounds. Knockhazel with great foot movement being kicked out of bounds by Bradley. Out on RHS, off the foot of Sheets. The traveling trophies sitting in the center of the field, I just now noticed those. That's sure antagonizing for a for a rivalry game, having the trophies sitting out on the field. It looks like there's someone there just to defend the trophies from the ball. Gets to midfield. She'll draw back to Hanson. Over to Mason Morton. Working the formation. Forward to Getz. Getz will get tripped up inside the penalty box. Looks like that'll be no call, resulting in a goal kick coming out from Savannah Morton. That'll go downfield and out. Toss in from Copeland. Aim to go to Nielsen. Instead taken over by RHS. A little bit of movement, just trying to make headway to either side of the field. Pretty even paced play from both the Tigers and Wolverines. Each team a little more keen on keeping their passes, I guess more concentrated would be the word. Sullivan over to Getz. Sullivan trying to get the dribble back. That'll go back to the hands of the Wolverines. Over with Anderson, meeting up with Bradley. Bradley with a chip, that'll go downfield and out of bounds just past the 50. Mia Copeland with the toss in. Knockhazel will lose that. Wildcat getting a touch, dropping it back. And back to center circle we go. .30 minutes left in the second half of play. So far, this match has yielded one goal, and that went to the Lady Tigers. Looks like a little little bit of roughness there. It'll be Wolverines ball. Wolverines getting in the defensive third of the Tigers for the first time in this half. Penalty will bring a free kick on from Copeland near the wing. Hansen will send it high in the sky over to Sullivan. Bradley with a swipe. And back to Hansen. Attempted stop by Mia Copeland. Continuing downfield is Anderson. A swipe getting tripped up. No call. Be out on the Tigers. Toss in. 2 substitutions going in for Riverton High School. Heading in is Shaw and also Mayer. Wildcat will head to the bench. Bradley with the toss in. Trying to kick it out is Cook. Copeland will ricochet that off of one of the Lady Wolverines. Out on Knock Hazel. Bringing it back is Bradley. Goes over to Mayer and out. Nia Copeland trying to get over to Sullivan. Looks like a bit of a hand called on Bradley of the Lady Wolverines. Free kick from Copeland. Some fans looking for a whistle down there. Ball will be booted out by Hansen. Don't know who's going to field that one way in the end by the parking lot. But looks like someone's running for it. Golf clap to them. We need just a little bit higher snow drifts. Not that I'm asking for more snow. Goal kick coming out from Savannah Morton. Sun is shining bright here at Wolverine Stadium. Beautiful turf over here. Getz will drop back to Hansen. Hansen gonna keep it away from Bradley and pass over to Knock Hazel. She'll lose it to Riverton's Johnson Higgs. There's a steady change of direction, at least pace-wise, in this game. Getz and Hansen with good passing. Over to Nielsen. She'll try to get in front of several of the Wolverines, and that'll go out of bounds. Goal kick from Savannah Morton. Riverton's going to gear up to make 2 more substitutions to the field. A good pass there over to Sullivan. Gets inside the penalty box and swiped back by Riverton. Nielsen Tries to get to Getz. Lander keeping the pressure high. You have 4 defenders hanging around midfield for the Tigers, backing up the high pressure by Lander. Lytle will give it a lob. That'll go just out of bounds for the Tigers. Substitutions going in for Riverton High School. Joining the game will be Seeley Morton and Jordan Anderson. Or maybe not. Just kidding, 15, which would be Abriel Santee, excuse me. Toss in from Bradley. Goes to possession of Riverton. Returned with a head by Mia Copeland. Ball out on Riverton. Bringing the ball back into play will be Mia Copeland. Quickly moving the ball is Savannah Morton. She'll lob to center circle. Returned by Mason Morton and Hanson. Gets racing for the ball. Inside the penalty box. Blocked off the ankle of Witzel. Getz will take a second shot there. It'll go up through the field goal posts, but not considered a goal for the Lander Tigers. 23 minutes left in the second half of play. Current score sitting with Lander 1, Riverton 0. Goal kick coming out from Savannah Morton. Mason Morton will kick it out for the Tigers. Should be Riverton ball. May have been too far out. That's being brought back in by Nielsen. Ref will take a second to talk about it. It is Riverton ball. In from the touchline, dropping back for the Wolverines. Warmed up by a degree here at Wolverines Field. Sitting at 36 degrees. That temperature will only drop as the boys' game gets geared up to start. As about 6 o'clock comes around, it should stay at about 35 and drop to 34 toward the end of the match. So far, not a lot in the way of wind here at Wolverine Stadium. A lot of movement in the center third of play for both the Tigers and the Wolverines. Mason Morton with a nice change of direction. Tries to get over to Sullivan, taken on by Savannah Morton. Good movement by the Riverton High School forwards. Ended up on the ground is Copeland, struggling to get the ball out of their third. Hanson quick to get it out of there. Nielsen will take a tumble. Over to Getz in center circle. Coming up quickly is Bradley. Witzel will narrow down the angles. She'll roll the ball out to Riverton's Osborne. Getz will take a shot. And it looks like there will be a call off sides. Looks like Coach Montero going out to check on Abby Copeland.
Mr. Anderson.
Her sister checking in as well. Aside from that, we won't speculate too much, folks. Meanwhile, the Riverton Wolverines will come in to check in with their coach. This is one of those instances, folks, where the clock will stop in a soccer match. Sitting at 21 minutes and 5 seconds. After this contest, stick around. We will have the post-game show here on WyoToday.com. We will also have the boys' game. That'll start at 6. We'll take a look at schedules as we get closer into that post-game show. Coming in for Riverton is Jordan Anderson. It looks like Bradley will take a seat. And coming in for the Tigers will be Bethany Miller in place of Copeland. Toss in from Mason Morton. Receives a boot by the Lady Wolverines. A nice pass and dribble. Picked off by Knockhazel. Good work of weaving between the Lady Wolverines. High intensity when they get out of that center third of play. Both teams on top of the ball today. After all, it is a rivalry game. Lining up at the sideline, setting up, I assume, for a substitution will be Bradley. Tigers moving forward. Nice play there. Gets dropped back, and Hansen went to move the ball forward. For the Tigers, Shaw moving down to the sideline. Let it go out. Tiger ball. Touchline toss will go over to Nielsen and back out of bounds, being brought in by Mason Morton. Nielsen giving the ball a good kick there. Trying to get some work in with her heel. A nice weave by Nielsen over to Hansen. Copeland over to Sullivan. That'll go out of bounds. From the touchline, Mia Copeland sends that down to Sullivan. She'll read the field while playing keep away. Gets it over to Getz. She'll lose control. That ball will roll to the left side of the field and out of bounds. "18 minutes left in the second half of play. Current score, Lander Valley Tigers 1, Lady Wolverines sitting at 0. Lytle putting up a block, helping change direction of the ball. Gets in center field, she'll get tripped up a bit. Witzel, comes out, narrowing down the angles, rolls it on out. That'll go over to Johnson Higgs. Good speed by Witzel. Take it on Sullivan, who's normally a powerhouse behind the penalty box. A very excited Riverton home crowd below us, slowly growing as the boys' game comes closer. Ball will be kicked back in with a good movement off the heel. Over to Nielsen. Kick by Fossey near the center circle. Taken back on by Knockhazel and returned by Sheets. Mason Morton will send downfield where it's met up by Ingstrom. Riverton making good movement downfield to the 10 with a swiping kick by Mia Copeland. Looks like that'll be a no call. Coming back into the game will be Olivia Bradley. Looks like it was a swipe on the ball and not on the player. Corner kick, however, coming in from the Lady Wolverines. Bringing that in will be Savannah Morton. Also, it's notable, I should have mentioned this sooner, Seneca Kalin for the goal keep. Kick up. Trying to get a hit on it was Copeland, and Kale will palm it firmly and run it out to the penalty box. Good change of direction by Sheets. Knockhazel making her way downfield to Sullivan. Drops back to Knockhazel. Offsides will be called. Looks like on the pass from Knockhazel to Sullivan. Looks like a bit of a conversation between Sullivan and Coach Montero. An attempted head by Knockhazel. Good jump on her part. Hansen taking control. She'll pass right. That'll be almost missed by Morton. She'll take control and send down the sideline. In a high-paced game like this, you can't blame them. Each team putting on an exceptional performance today. A lot of time spent in the middle third. I would say that just based off of observation that the possession time for each team shorter than they have been in the first half of play. You'll see a lot more turnovers. Knockhazel with control, heading to the side. She'll kick over to Sullivan. Sullivan trying to get around their defender. Sheets getting on top of her. And a sweep there by Savannah Morton. She'll do a chip left. Riverton making headway. Cook back to Sullivan at the 50. They're going to call that foul on Knockhazel. Looks like Abby Copeland lining up, getting ready to come back into the game. A free kick from Savannah Morton will bring us back into play. 12 minutes, 52 seconds left in this second half. And current score sitting with the Lady Tigers at 1 and the Lady Wolverines at 0. A tackle there from Hansen. Tried to swipe the ball. A nice kick there coming off of the foot of Santee. That'll be cleared away by Seneca Kale. Gets to knock Hazel. Continues on to Sullivan, working her way down the field. That possession, hard to keep control of when you're over by the wing. Sullivan off, and she'll pass right to Getz. Getz in the danger zone. She'll do a lob to the left, and not quite reined in enough to find success between the goalposts. In for the Lander Tigers, Abby Copeland. Coming out, taking a seat is Miller. Both teams taking a good job at this match so far. Coming in for Riverton High School will be Shaw. Ball goes out of bounds, being brought back in by Lander. Nielsen from the touchline to Getz, and over to Mason Morton. Drop back to Hansen, giving the Tigers some more elbow room. Quick to apply the pressure is Savannah Morton. Sullivan getting heavy on the footwork. Getz will attempt to take control. She'll fall over and lose a shoe. Doesn't look like a foul will be called. But again, the refs are a lot closer to the game than I am. Are they setting up for a penalty kick? They're going to set up for a corner kick. That'll be coming off the foot of Abby Copeland. Abby kicks into Hansen. She'll send it off her foot, bouncing off of the field goal post. No good for the Tigers. Coming in for RHS is Osborne, taking a seat. Looks like it was probably Higgs. Sometimes hair gets in the way when you're calling a girls' game. Goal kick coming out from Savannah Morton. That's kind of a history lesson for you. In 2019, which was the last soccer season that we saw on our Fremont County fields, Riverton finished second. Yeah, second in their standings, and Lander finished fourth. So Riverton was at 7-3, and Lander was at 4-6 last time we played. Ball's out of bounds, being brought back in by Knock Hazel. Sullivan will give it ahead. Pass right will be met by Witzel and taken out of the penalty box. Witzel seeing a lot of action during this match. Good at coming out and narrowing down the angles. A pass downfield. Getting in to the wing for the Lander Tigers. Following it out of bounds will be Mia Copeland. Kale will give the goal kick up to Mia. Keeper kicks out. Instead meets Bradley. Lander quick to gain momentum. Kick downfield will make Witzel come out to narrow down the angles. She'll get that out of there with a lob, ending up at Knock Hazel. She'll drop back to Hansen. Hansen over to Getz. You can see the Lander boys team out watching the tail end of this game. We have 7 minutes and 14 seconds left to go. Current score, Lander Tigers 1, Riverton High School sitting at 0. Not for lack of trying on both teams. Pretty high intensity match. Of course, it always helps when during a rivalry game that you have the traveling trophies sitting at the sideline. Kick out from Savannah Morton. Bradley in center circle with a touch on it from Lytle. Changes directions. Cook gonna give it back. Looked like to the hands of Morton. Cook goes for a head touch. Not quite there. Copeland will kick it out of the sideline. Smart move with Riverton High School barreling down into your defensive area. Ball out of bounds. Bradley bringing it back from the touchline. Hansen clearing the penalty box. Following it to the wing is Abby Copeland. That'll go past the goal line, meaning a goal kick from Abby Copeland. That goal kick gonna go over by Nielsen and out of bounds. Going in for Riverton High School.
Will enter for Riverton.
Looks like Johnson Higgs coming back into play. Taking a seat. If I can catch the numbers between her jogs here. Looks like coming back to sit on the bench was Celie Morton. Riverton taking advantage of their substitutions. Ball out of bounds on Lander, giving Riverton the toss from the touchline. Nielsen over to Sullivan. She'll get met by a Riverton High School defender. A little bit of a tumble there around Sullivan. She's keeping up the pressure near the penalty box. There's a player on the field. And it looks like the ref will blow the whistle to check on the player. Looks like they're going to try to pick her up. Make sure to join us for the post-game show here on WyoToday.com. Clocks will stop at 3 minutes and 32 seconds. Play certainly a little more intense during this rivalry match. Coming off the field is Sheets. I believe that was Fossey that went in for Sheets. Sheets will get some applause as she comes off the stadium turf. Switching sides inside the turf, Mayer will come to be a defender. Sullivan met by a wall that is known as Riverton High School for their defense. Back to the wing. Nielsen drops back. She'll meet up with Mason Morton. Over to Hansen. Scoping out the field. Sullivan seeing an opportunity, a shot about 2 feet high of the goal. Two minutes, 53 seconds left in this contest. We are in the second half of play. Lander 1, Riverton 0. Goal kick coming out from Savannah Morton. Gets over to Sullivan. Gets with a shot on goal, stopped by the palms of Witzel. That ball going past the end line means a corner kick for Abby Copeland. Looks like Coach Montero asking Mason Morton to get back a bit. Sullivan passes forward. It rolls up into the arms of Witzel, who will send it a jumping pass out toward the 30. Sullivan back to Getz, returns to Sullivan. She makes a swipe at it, ends up in the snowdrift to the right of the goal. Crowd gaining a few members at a time, as we're now 1 minute and 12 seconds away from our next contest. Of course, they'll have a post-game and warm-up time. Was offsides as Sullivan was past the last defender for Riverton High School. You know, offsides is one of those finicky things for soccer. That last defender is who's ever between the goalie and the ball. High intensity from the crowds today. So I'm making sure to remind the refs to make calls. Mason Morton sends downfield. She'll meet up with the boot of Fossey, who sends it back to the wing. Lytle will follow the ball. Bringing it back in and past Kale. Oh my goodness. Goosebumps moment for Riverton High School. That comes off of Taliana Shaw.
With the goal.
With 6 seconds left to go, this is now a draw match, folks. Whoo-wee. It's okay, we're gonna drag her to more. Don't get me wrong, I'm one of those people that would love to see a shootout. However, that's a hard way to digest the second half of play.
At the end of regulation, we have a 1-1 tie.
1-1 tie so far. Riverton High School and Lander Valley High School. What more of a fitting way to have a rivalry game, though?
We will have a 5-minute regrouping and then 2 10-minute overtime.
All right, so according to athletic director here at Riverton High School, there'll be a 5-minute period of time for regrouping and then 2 10-minute halves. So we're going back to the turf, folks. Keep it tight here on the field. We're going to take a break, I think, and I'm going to digest what just happened, and we'll get back to your next half of play. This one's not done yet, folks. So far a tie, and we're going to see if that changes between the Lady Tigers and the Lady Wolverines. You're tuned in live to WyoToday.com. I'm Rusty Wirtz. We have ourselves a soccer match.
In any sport, Athletes face the chance of sustaining an injury. According to the Athletic Training Association, 90% of student athletes reported some sort of sports-related injury. What's more is 54% report playing while injured. For various reasons, sports-related injuries are increasingly leaving our youth at risk of exposure to opioid-based pain medication. Fremont WhenTheGameSlowsDown.com is here to help navigate monitoring medication, social support, and suggestions on what to do when the game slows down. Brought to you by Fremont County Prevention Program.
When you're looking for a great deal on a new or used car or truck, think Fremont Toyota. Shop over 1,000 vehicles from 12 manufacturers you know and love. Plus, they give you their best price up front, so you can be sure you're getting the best deal possible. And their state-of-the-art service facilities and expert technicians come with their 1-year hassle-free maintenance plan with all new vehicles. Fremont Toyota, they're your friends and neighbors and proud to sponsor Lander Valley High School soccer. 103 Fremont Way in Lander. Visit FremontToyotaLander.com. Go Tigers!
Looking to get back in the game this year? Avoid the rush by scheduling sports physicals now at Lander Medical Clinic. Sports physicals start after May 1st and are an important part of youth wellness exams. Preventative health took a backseat to COVID this past year, and Lander Medical Clinic wants to get teens back in the door for their wellness and sports physicals. Schedule your child's wellness and sports physical exam in May, June, or July by calling 332-2941. Lander Medical Clinic.
I'm Sarah Penn. Go Tigers!
I'm Dr. Forbes. Go Tigers!
I'm Nate.
And I'm Billy.
Go Tigers!
We're back at Wolverines Field. Holy Hannah, it's a soccer match, folks. Currently a draw between the Lander Lady Tigers and the Riverton High School Lady Wolverines. So we're wrapping up this 5-minute regrouping period where we'll start 10 minutes of play. The refs all getting on the same page in the center circle. Lander will be moving from left to right on your screen and Riverton from right to left. If you're just now joining, I'm Rusty Wirtz with YOToday.com, streaming live on both Facebook and on YouTube. Possession of the ball will go to Riverton first. That gets dropped back. Movement from Mayer ends up in possession of Abby Copeland, who sends it forward. Sullivan honing in on the ball, sends it back to Copeland. She'll hook it in off the foot of Seeley Morton. That'll go out of bounds. Nielsen chasing it down. She was in line at one point with all of the defenders from Riverton High School. She'll toss into Getz. Knock Hazel over to Sullivan. Sullivan tried to give it a light bop and not enough power to get past. It looks like Johnson Higgs was one that got a foot on that. Bradley sends center. Met up with Hanson. Whistles will go on that, giving him a free kick for Riverton High School. Riverton's Savannah Morton taking the free kick. She'll send that just inside the penalty box. Copeland taking a ball just above the collarbone, it looked like. It's one of those things you can't avoid, but certainly don't like it when it happens. Abilene Copeland facing a lot of adversity today is the best way to say that. She's a tough cookie is the best way to recap that one. Ball out of bounds. Back in from Abby Copeland. Toss into Knock Hazel. We'll give some whistles. That'll be Lander ball. Abby Copeland with the free kick. She won't waste any time. Send it down to center field. Going back into possession of Riverton. Bradley sends it up into the air. And Cook racing forward to try to change directions. Lytle, nice swipe there. Came from in front of Shaw. Shaw was the player that scored the most recent goal. We're also looking at a score this game from Emma Getz. Nice advances from Getz and Sullivan. There'll be a shot on goal. That gets caught by Witzel. If you're just now joining and you're wondering, hey, wasn't it just 6 minutes ago? Well, we're in a draw at the moment between Riverton High School and Lander. Currently in the first 10 minutes of this double-sided conclusion to the game. Ball will be deflected there by Abby Copeland. Ball out on Lander, Riverton ball. Overtime play. A fancy touch throw in. Johnson Higgs has a unique toss in. I haven't seen it in high school soccer quite yet, but I do enjoy seeing it, I have to say. It's overtime play here. Corner kick from Riverton. Kick will go inside the penalty box. Kicked up by Lytle. Ball in from the touchline. A lob will send it to the head of Hansen and over to the 25-yard line. Gets racing forward. She takes control. Witzel quick to get a hand on it. She'll send a kick back out about 30 yards. This game has all of a sudden turned aerial between the Tigers and the Wolverines. A deflection from Abby Copeland. Looks like that went off the upper chest of Bradley. Maybe got a little face action there. Mason Morton passes forward over to Getz. Getz will, looks like trying to get over to Knock Hazel. Bradley will take a swipe. Mayer downfield. Change of direction and brought back by the Wolverines from the touchline. Substitution going in. There will be Abrielle Santee returning to the field.
Santee will enter for Riverton.
Taking a seat for the Wolverines is Jordan Anderson. Toss in from Mayer. Tries to go over to Bradley. Lytle gets a foot on it, sends it out of bounds. Lander doing a good job of advancing down the field, but not finding those goal posts, creating a score for them. White ball, in from Nielsen. She'll toss just in front of Getz. That'll get a boot instead from Fossey. Knock Hazel to Sullivan, and she'll send forward to Getz. Lander being careful and precise with their formations. They'll call a hand touch on Lander. Savannah Morton going to take the free kick. 2 minutes and 44 seconds. Of course, this is overtime. Bradley with a lob, making its way over to Shaw. Lytle returning it to center field. Sullivan to the sideline. She'll take minutes to set up, read the field. She'll take it over to Getz. As a routine maneuver for Getz and Sullivan to move forward and advance into the defensive third of the Wolverines. Getz and Sullivan, a ball of energy as Lander forwards. Kick out of the penalty box from Witzel. That'll go out of bounds. This is one of those rivalry games that keeps you on edge. You know, I have to say this. I am a Lander alum, but I live with a Riverton alum, so we're a mixed household in that sense of, you know, we get a little competitive at home as well, but it's genuinely a good time when you can see rivalry games, especially when both teams put their all into it to this extent. I mean, we're talking overtime, 1 minute and 8 seconds left, and both teams absolutely giving it their all. Coming in from the touchline, we'll see that ball come back into play from Savannah Morton. She'll take the toss in, back out of bounds on the Wolverines. Bringing the ball back in will be Mia Copeland. She chooses to go to the sideline and try to meet up with Sullivan out on the Wolverines. This time being brought in by Mason Morton. I'm actually proud of myself. I have not gotten the three the three Mortons confused today, so woo! Getz will drop back. Hansen moving forward. Getz getting blocked out of that maneuver. Sullivan with a shot on goal. That'll go just left of the goalpost. That's the end of the first 10-minute chunk of time.
That will conclude the first 10-minute overtime. We will have a 2-minute break.
We're going to take a 2 quick minute break, and then we'll be back with another 10-minute segment of this overtime bout between the Lander Lady Tigers and the Lady Wolverines. I'm Rusty Wirtz for WyoToday.com. Back at Wolverines Field after this.
Central Wyoming College has the perfect degree to help you learn, grow, advance, and lead. The new Bachelor of Applied Science degree in Organizational Management and Leadership is the perfect degree to earn during a pandemic. There's 3 ways to learn: online learning, virtual learning, and in-person learning. Whether you have some credits or no credits, you can earn a bachelor's degree at CWC and have the competitive edge for employment. Go to www.cwc.edu/leadtheway.
Does your car seem like it's feeling a little under the weather? Doesn't have that same get up and go or struggles to start in the mornings? Visit Lander Napa at 391 Main Street. Rick and the crew will help you get that car feeling brand new. They know the right parts and have the experience and Napa know-how to set you up for success on your repair job. So come see Rick and the team at 391 Main Street in Lander. Open Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., Saturday, 8 to 5, and Sunday, 10 to 3. Lander Napa. Man, I'm hungry, but nothing sounds good, and I don't feel like cooking.
Let's go to Molino Italian Bistro. I've been dying to try their house-made pastas, spaghetti, linguine, fettuccine.
Okay, I'm in.
Ooh, and their chicken parmesan with zucchini noodles, seared beef tenderloin.
You had me at.
White truffle risotto, crab dip.
Sounds good, let's go.
Truffle fries, calamari. Hey, where are you going?
To Molino. Are you coming or what? Molino Italian Bistro. Sophisticated yet relaxed. Handmade fresh daily. 129 Main Street, Lander. Get a free appetizer with a dinner order for two Tuesday through Thursdays now through April 8th.
Wolverines field, folks, with this second half of overtime with the Lander Lady Tigers facing off against the Lady Wolverines. Rivalry week is upon us, and I couldn't be happier as a sports fan. This time, possession will start off with Getz of the Lady Tigers, who will pass back to Hansen. Talk a little bit of how we got to this point in the post-game show. We had a deferred post-game show due to overtime. A nice swipe between the legs by Nielsen. A flag will go up on the sideline from the far side ref coach, from the far side ref. That was not a word. All right. Possession goes to Riverton. I got really excited. It's overtime, and I haven't had a chance to call an overtime game yet this year, so thank you for joining me for the ride on both Facebook and yotoday.com's YouTube page. Over to Mason Morton. That'll go back to the sideline, being met by Abby Copeland. Copeland will send it forward, but goes out of bounds. Riverton ball. Toss in, coming off of Bradley. Oh, excuse me, that was not Bradley. Adnip with a swipe, making her way down midfield. Getz trying to get a block out. Instead, that's chipped away by Riverton. You can tell the intensity. There's a lot of fans shifting in their seats below us. Sullivan racing forward. She's getting inside the penalty box. They're going to whistle. Was that offsides? That was offsides. Called by the far ref. Intense game between the Tigers and the Wolverines. I don't get goosebumps often, but this game, when something cool starts happening, we're definitely there. A free kick. That's coming up. It's going to go off of Savannah Morton. Wildcat racing forward. Toss over by Mason Morton. Nielsen at the sideline. That'll go out of bounds. Ball comes back from the touchline. Met up with Morton and Copeland. It's a sunny day here at Wolverines Field. 7 minutes left in this second half of overtime play between LVHS and RHS. We will carry the boys game after, of course, they have their chance to warm up. So if you're wondering where that's at, well, you've missed one heck of a ball game. Bring the ball back into play will be Savannah Morton from her free kick. Her free kick. I have my camera person laughing at me, and she doesn't even watch soccer. That's where we're at. Lytle racing forward. Cuts off Riverton before they're able to make a shot on goal. See what happens when you take us into overtime. Everything just, whew. Corner kick coming in from Riverton. Looks like that'll be brought in by Savannah Morton. Morton coming in from the corner. She'll do a kick inside the penalty box. A roll out. A swing and a miss. Being taken on by Mason Morton from Lander. Riverton trying to get control back. Nielsen going to move it down to center circle. Getz struggling to keep up. Whistles. Looks like maybe a bit of holding on behalf of Lander. That'll be a yellow card going against Getz. Coming into play for this part of the match will be Allie Atnip. Don't think she expected to be subbed in. She's got to get out of her warm-ups and jog back to the field. And we're off again, starting with a free kick. Morton starts playoff, meeting Atnip. Goes past Knock Hazel, heading to the wing. Mia Copeland follows it out of bounds. Bradley with the touchline pass. Lander ball. A running toss by Knock Hazel, met up by Sullivan. She's going to try to get around Morton. Savannah Morton trying to keep up with her. Both sides of the field trying to take advantage of those little moments where you might be able to juke past one of the other contenders. Cook getting it stolen away from her by Bradley. Over to the wing with a block from Mia Copeland. She'll clear the goal, keeping that penalty box safe. Going back into the game for Lander is Emma Getz. Atnip will take a seat with 4 minutes left in this part of overtime play. Going in for Wildcat is Mayer. Corner kick is going to come off the foot of Savannah Morton. Good kick, well placed. Lytle will give it a boot to get it out of there. Sullivan advances. Her speed and dribbling skill, trying to get her over to Getz. Pass left to Knock Hazel. Bradley with hot coverage on top of Knock Hazel. Hansen over to Sullivan. They're going to call offsides. You know, I couldn't tell from here, but the ref's a lot closer than I am. Three minutes left in this second bout of overtime play. Join us for the post-game show. There we'll recap the scores from the match and tell you how we got to overtime. Hansen goes over to Nielsen. Passes forward. That'll be taken off by Riverton. Change of direction. Cook using a nice body block. Copeland careful to seek out another Lady Tiger. Lob high up in the air. Over to Sullivan. The ball will roll out past the end line. Riverton's going to be making a substitution. Coming in for them will be Santee. Of course, it has to be a possession from Riverton first. Corner kick coming in from Copeland. Copeland just inside the goal. Trying to clear it away is Witzel. She'll take control and roll it out of there. Of course, you can't tell that by the cowbell below me. Attempted tackle there by Mia Copeland from underneath Bradley. That'll be Lander ball. Sullivan with the toss in over to Hansen. That'll go past Hansen. Riverton taking control. That'll go out of bounds. Just past Anderson. Knock Hazel with a big toss. Almost a little too far past Sullivan. Sullivan will do a somersault and gets back up quickly. Knock Hazel now with the touchline pass. Mia Copeland moving up. And over to Hansen. Hansen to Getz. Working the formation. Riverton with a swipe there by Savannah Morton. Nielsen, common play down and passing it back. That'll be kicked out and into the hands of the keeper for Riverton. Getz making a move to Sullivan. She'll have it stolen away and whistles. Kick coming off of the foot of Savannah Morton. Hanson will take control. She'll send it just outside the penalty box. Witzel gonna give it a drop kick back into play. 33 seconds left in this part of overtime play. This is the second chunk of 10 minutes that the Lady Tigers and Lady Wolverines will play. Riverton to the sideline where it's met by Mason Morton and kicked out of bounds by Abby Copeland. Big kick taken in by, I believe it was Seeley. Going into Lander's penalty box, kicked out of bounds by Mia Copeland, and the horn will sound, marking the end of overtime play.
The game will end in a 1-1 tie.
So, of course, for the ladies' teams, that means it will end in a 1-1 tie. Now, that does affect points.
We do have the traveling trophy up for grabs. So we will do PK. Each team will get 5.
So it sounds like there will be a shootout after all. The official match is going to end in a draw, from what it sounds like. But, of course, the traveling trophy. It's staring them in the face. It's sitting at the 50 on the sideline. You got to award it somehow, right? So now it's no longer about your standings in the 3A Mountain West. It's now about pride. Each team will pick 5. So I'm looking a little nervous about the selections for Riverton.
South goal.
But they're getting some hype ups from their teammates. Lander coming up with a plan. Coach Montero. It looks like the first one to be elected to the Landers 5 will be Hanson. The AD for Riverton just said, if this doesn't work, it's rock, paper, scissors. It'll be the best game of rock, paper, scissors I've seen in a while. I don't want to take a break because I don't want to miss the shootout. Coach Montero giving some pep talks. Nice thing is he checks in with each player and, you know, make sure to tell them to keep your chin up. About to go into the shootout for the traveling trophy. Excited to see this. Haven't seen a shootout in a high school game yet. Coach Montero hyping up Seneca Kale. It's a lot of pressure to put on a keeper toward the end of the match. Five for Riverton High School. Looks like they'll be Madison Fossey, Taliana Shaw. I'm looking up names as we go here. Seeley Morton. Their GK, of course, is Witzel. Champion it through the match. Now in this fashion, if I'm correct, I believe each team will take a turn, so to speak. And then whoever has the most points at the end of the shootout, well, there we go. Seems like the favorite of the press box is to do rock, paper, scissors after the shootout, but I'm hoping we can get a conclusion from this.
Like Lander will get the first shot.
All right, Lander will shoot first. Maybe. Maybe not. Just kidding. Well, no, it'll be Lander first. And kidding again. Now Seneca Kale is inside the goal.
Will take the first shot.
Madison Fossey up to take the first shot. Ooh, this is intense. All right. Madison Fossey versus Seneca Kale. Up and over the goal. That would be considered a field goal, but not quite a soccer one. All right, coming up is number 12, Mason Morton for the Lander Tigers. She'll go up against Sadie Witzel for RHS. Morton getting ready for the kick. She'll run. Kick it low, and a score for the Lander Valley Tigers in this shootout. Morton also on deck. Nice job there.
Bradley will now take the second.
Bradley up for the next shot against Seneca Kale. Kicks up. And Seneca double palming it out of the way to clear the goal. Up next is Knock Hazel for the Lander Valley Tigers.
Knock Hazel will take the second shot for Lander.
Witzel getting ready inside the goal. Running forward. Knock Hazel shoots it low in the bottom left corner. That's 3 for Lander. Coming out for Riverton is Seeley Morton. Seeley will line up.
Seeley Morton.
Kale also getting ready. Her adrenaline has to be incredibly high as a keeper right at the moment. Shot up and missed by Kale, giving it a goal for Seeley Morton. Coming up is Whitney Hansen for the Lander Tigers. Witzel back to the net. Whitney Hansen backing up. Kicks it forward into the bottom right. Careful placement by the Lander Tigers. That's 4 for Lander.
Savannah Morton.
Savannah Morton. There's a lot of Mortons playing today, folks. Savannah lining up. Goes for the kick. Goes up and over, ricochets off the field goal post.
And Lander will win the traveling trophy.
Lander will be crowned the winner of the traveling trophy. Lander girls will storm the field. Of course, that's not a bad way to give some inertia for the boys team as they get ready for their warm-ups here. Oh, man, it's a rivalry game. That's the best way to describe this. The AD for Lander Valley High School, Cyril Stauffenberg, heads to center field. No doubt to award the traveling trophy. We'll stick here for a minute. We have an elongated post-game show. So as we watch them, let's go over how we got here, right? To overtime, and then after that into a shootout for the traveling trophy. This match ended in an official draw, okay? Lots of high-intensity play on both sides of the field. Lander did a great job of working the angles, getting those formations, and, oh, man, look at, there's the pose. You got to like the pose there. So here's how it went down, okay? In the first half of play, 5 minutes and 40 seconds left to go, and Getz was able to get behind the GK Wetzel for Riverton and was able to get that first success at the back of the net. In the second half of play, well, it was pretty evenly matched again. These two teams kept the intensity high, kept on top of the ball. And after that, 6 seconds left in the second half of play. And Shaw gets it past the keeper for Lander and sends this into an overtime match. 2 10-minute bouts after that, so another 20 minutes goes by with a small intermission in between, and still no score. Leaves it at a draw between Lander and Riverton for this ladies' match. Now, of course, after that, you still have to award the traveling trophy. You can't just cut it in half, right? So we went into a shootout where Lander just took the win over Riverton. All right, we're going to take off for a sec. I'm going to grab some water and get us geared up for this next segment of play. We'll do a post-game show and talk about the upcoming schedule for the Lander Tigers. The men's match coming up next here on WyoToday.com.
Attending college at Central Wyoming College's Alpine Science Institute is the perfect place to be during a pandemic. You can live in a cabin and be socially distanced in the beautiful foothills of the Wind River Mountains. The Alpine Science Institute is a multi-use educational and recreational center for degrees in outdoor education, outdoor recreation, environmental science, anthropology, and expedition science. Don't let a pandemic stop you from pursuing a degree that is full of adventure. Go to www.cwc.edu/alpinescience and make your way.
Central Bank and Trust is a proud supporter of Lander Valley Soccer. With 3 branches in Fremont County, their mission is to help develop Wyoming communities with Wyoming values. From opening your first checking account to taking out a loan for a new business venture, Central Bank and Trust is your local bank and lender. Central Bank and Trust brings top-of-the-line technologies to their customers with chipped debit cards, mobile deposit, QuickBooks integration for businesses, online bill pay, and more. Central Bank and Trust. It's more than a bank, it's a community. Visit centralbankandtrust.com. Good luck and go Tigers.
When it comes to protecting your family, home, car, or business, you can count on Mountain West Farm Bureau Mutual Insurance Company. You deserve a local agent who is dedicated to helping you with all of your insurance needs. And that's what you'll get with Jake Hunke, your local Farm Bureau agent. Jake Hunke offers the quality products and services you're looking for. Visit his new location at 450 Main Street in Lander or call 307-332-3295 and discover the advantages of working with a local agent. Trust experience. Trust Farm Bureau.
In any sport, athletes face the chance of sustaining an injury. According to the Athletic Training Association, 90% of student athletes reported some sort of sports-related injury. What's more, is 54% report playing while injured. For various reasons, sports-related injuries are increasingly leaving our youth at risk of exposure to opioid-based pain medication. Fremont WhenTheGameSlowsDown.com is here to help navigate monitoring medication, social support, and suggestions on what to do when the game slows down. Brought to you by Fremont County Prevention Program.
When you're looking for a great deal on a new or used car or truck, think Fremont Toyota. Shop over 1,000 vehicles from 12 manufacturers you know and love. Plus, they give you their best price up front, so you can be sure you're getting the best deal possible. And their state-of-the-art service facilities and expert technicians come with their 1-year hassle-free maintenance plan with all new vehicles. Fremont Toyota, they're your friends and neighbors and proud to sponsor Lander Valley High School Soccer. 103 Fremont Way in Lander. Visit FremontToyotaLander.com. Go Tigers!
Looking to get back in the game this year? Avoid the rush by scheduling sports physicals now at Lander Medical Clinic. Sports physicals start after May 1st and are an important part of youth wellness exams. Preventative health took a backseat to COVID this past year, and Lander Medical Clinic wants to get teens back in the door for their wellness and sports physicals. Schedule your child's wellness and sports physical exam in May, June, or July by calling 332-2941. Lander Medical Clinic.
I'm Sarah Penn. Go Tigers!
I'm Dr. Forbes. Go Tigers!
I'm Nate.
And I'm Billy.
Go Tigers!
Central Wyoming College has the perfect degree to help you learn, grow, advance, and lead. The new Bachelor of Applied Science degree in Organizational Management and Leadership is the perfect degree to earn during a pandemic. There's 3 ways to learn: online learning, virtual learning, and in-person learning. Whether you have some credits or no credits, you can earn a bachelor's degree at CWC and have the competitive edge for employment. Go to www.cwc.edu/leadtheway.
Does your car seem like it's feeling a little under the weather? Doesn't have that same get up and go or struggles to start in the mornings? Visit Lander Napa at 391 Main Street. Rick and the crew will help you get that car feeling brand new. They know the right parts and have the experience and Napa know-how to set you up for success on your repair job. So come see Rick and the team at 391 Main Street in Lander. Open Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., Saturday, 8 to 5, and Sunday, 10 to 3. Lander Napa. Man, I'm hungry, but nothing sounds good, and I don't feel like cooking.
Let's go to Molino Italian Bistro. I've been dying to try their house-made pastas, spaghetti, linguine, fettuccine.
Okay, I'm in.
Ooh, and their chicken parmesan with zucchini noodles, seared beef tenderloin.
You had me at...
White truffle risotto, crab dip.
Sounds good, let's
truffle fries, calamari. Hey, where are you going?
To Molino. Are you coming or what? Molino Italian Bistro. Sophisticated yet relaxed. Handmade fresh daily. 129 Main Street, Lander. Get a free appetizer with a dinner order for 2 Tuesday through Thursdays now through April 8th.
Attending college at Central Wyoming College's Alpine Science Institute is the perfect place to be during a pandemic. You can live in a cabin and be socially distanced in the beautiful foothills of the Wind River Mountains. The Alpine Science Institute is a multi-use educational and recreational center for degrees in outdoor education, outdoor recreation, environmental science, anthropology, and expedition science. Don't let a pandemic stop you from pursuing a degree that is full of adventure. Go to www.cwc.edu/alpinescience and make your way.
Central Bank and Trust is a proud supporter of Lander Valley Soccer. With 3 branches in Fremont County, their mission is to help develop Wyoming communities with Wyoming values. From opening your first checking account to taking out a loan for a new business venture, Central Bank and Trust is your local bank and lender. Central Bank and Trust brings top-of-the-line technologies to their customers with chipped debit cards, mobile deposit, QuickBooks integration for businesses, online bill pay, and more. Central Bank and Trust. It's more than a bank, it's a community. Visit centralbankandtrust.com. Good luck and go Tigers.
When it comes to protecting your family, home, car, or business, you can count on Mountain West Farm Bureau Mutual Insurance Company. You deserve a local agent who is dedicated to helping you with all of your insurance needs. And that's what you'll get with Jake Hunke, your local Farm Bureau agent. Jake Hunke offers the quality products and services you're looking for. Visit his new location at 450 Main Street in Lander or call 307-332-3295 and discover the advantages of working with a local agent. Trust experience. Trust Farm Bureau.
In any sport, athletes face the chance of sustaining an injury. According to the Athletic Training Association, 90% of student athletes reported some sort of sports-related injury. What's more, is 54% report playing while injured. For various reasons, sports-related injuries are increasingly leaving our youth at risk of exposure to opioid-based pain medication. Fremont WhenTheGameSlowsDown.com is here to help navigate monitoring medication, social support, and suggestions on what to do when the game slows down. Brought to you by Fremont County Prevention Program.
At Riverton Wolverines Field, I hope you're having a beautiful start to your day. Ours started with a great soccer match against the Lady Tigers and the Lady Wolverines. We're going to come up with our pregame show for the boys here in just a sec. Coming up next for schedule-wise, I should say. Let's see. Coming up, we're going to do Cody and... Ooh, I got lost here. Cody's going to be on Saturday. On the 23rd, Powell will come to Lander. So just as a heads up, those matches will all be carried right here on WyoToday.com. Remind me not to scale the bleachers, right, and then stuff my face with popcorn. We're tuned in live here, WyoToday.com at Riverton Wolverines Stadium. We're going to start with the starting lineups here in just a sec, so we'll take a quick break.
you're looking for a great deal on a new or used car or truck, think Fremont Toyota. Shop over 1,000 vehicles from 12 manufacturers you know and love. Plus, they give you their best price up front, so you can be sure you're getting the best deal possible. And their state-of-the-art service facilities and expert technicians come with their 1-year hassle-free maintenance plan with all new vehicles. Fremont Toyota, they're your friends and neighbors and proud to sponsor Lander Valley High School soccer. 103 Fremont Way in Lander. Visit FremontToyotaLander.com. Go Tigers!
Looking to get back in the game this year? Avoid the rush by scheduling sports physicals now with Lander Medical Clinic. Sports physicals start after May 1st and are an important part of youth wellness exams. Preventative health took a backseat to COVID this past year, and Lander Medical Clinic wants to get teens back in the door for their wellness and sports physicals. Schedule your child's wellness and sports physical exam in May, June, or July by calling 332-2941. Lander Medical Clinic.
I'm Sarah Penn. Go Tigers!
I'm Dr. Forbes. Go Tigers!
I'm Nate.
And I'm Billy.
Go Tigers!
Central Wyoming College has the perfect degree to help you learn, grow, advance, and lead. The new Bachelor of Applied Science degree in Organizational Management and Leadership is the perfect degree to earn during a pandemic. There's 3 ways to learn: online learning, virtual learning, and in-person learning. Whether you have some credits or no credits, you can earn a bachelor's degree at CWC and have the competitive edge for employment. Go to www.cwc.edu/lead.
Welcome back to Riverton Field. We're now going to watch the match off between the Lander Valley men's team and the Riverton boys team. I meant to say both boys, but that was not meant as a secret dig. I am Lander alum, but I promise to call as unbiased as a game as possible. We're going to do our starting lineups, starting with Lander since we are at Riverton's home field.
Please stand for the playing of the national anthem.
There will be a national anthem. We'll stay here for it. National anthem here at Riverton High School Field, home of the Wolverines, where today it's Rivalry Day. The match just concluded of the Lady Tigers, where they took a win.
For your Lander Tigers.
Starters for the Lander Tigers.
Number 6, Carter Ayers.
Number 6 coming in for the Lander Tigers is Carter Ayers. Senior number 7, Parker Reed. Junior number 8, Kellen Donahue. A senior, number 9, Gus Mosman. A senior, number 10, Nico Loham. Senior, number 17, McLean Hellier. A senior, number 19, Camden Nickel. A sophomore, number 33, Callum Wheeler for the Lander Tigers. A sophomore, number 37, Matisse Weaver. A junior, number 46, Joe Hellier. Those are your Lander Valley Tigers starting lineups.
Number 34, Jonas Calvert.
And of course the keeper, number 34, Jonas Calvert.
The Tigers are coached by
Dean Schaff, and assistant coaches Derek Pyle and Brett Prinz. All right, moving on to the home team, Riverton High School. Starting off with a senior, number 10, Ethan Vaughn. A junior, number 13, Hayden Brown. A junior, number 17, Daxton Fisher. A senior, number 21, Brock Hinkle. A sophomore, number 22, Brady Howard. A junior, number 23, Tanner Johnson. A junior for Riverton, 25, Corbin Heil. Number 33, a sophomore, Sean Carruth.
Sophomore number 33, Sean Carruth.
Oh, I missed one. It was Ruger Stowell. And also a senior, number 34, Bryce Nimmo. Those are your starting lineups for today's match. They're coached by Brady Samuelson, a first-year coach. Also notable, their GK is DeVries. Yeah, it's Samuelson's first year as head coach of the boys team, so that's notable. I believe he was assistant coach prior to that. The previous head coach went on to be a principal, which, you know, always wish good things for folks. We're gearing up for this first 40 minutes of play. Wind has picked up here at Wolverine Stadium.
The Wolverines are looking to defend their title. Go Big Red.
I'm chuckling. They're talking about the traveling trophy, which of course is sitting at the 50-yard line just along the sideline there. And that is up for grabs with today's match. While the first match was a draw between the Lady Tigers and Lady Wolverines, that traveling trophy went home with Lander. And the match is off. Starting with forward movement by Mosman. He'll drop back to McLean Hellier. And back again to Wheeler, who will chip it forward, meeting up with Nickel. Donahue trying to make his way to Matisse. Taken on instead by Fisher. Back to Joe Hellier, wearing his signature yellow kicks today. Whistles resulting in a free kick. Looks like taking that out will be Donahue. Excuse me, that's Loham. I got my people mixed up here. Head by Nickel. Sends it back to the GK. It looks like offsides will be called on Lander. That ball going to be brought back into play by Nimmo of Riverton High School. Near center circle. Ayers moves forward, meets up with Donahue, who passes back to Nickel. Crossfield shot, head towards Weaver, is picked off by Riverton. Matisse and Hellier moving forward. That's Ayers at the wing. Whistles will blow. Looks like someone touched the ball with an elbow, which it's under the category you can't do that. So last time that Riverton played Lander, it was actually in 2019, because if you remember, COVID happened, and 2020 kind of ate everyone's sports for lunch. So the last time they met, Riverton boys beat Lander in overtime back in 2019. So it'd be interesting to see if maybe that's an option for today's match. It was a 1-point difference. I'm not entirely sure the score. Out on Lander, ball being brought back into play by Brady Howard. Still a chilly day here at Wolverines Field. The stands have officially started to fill up. I want to say the crowd has nearly doubled. Riverton advances downfield. Looks like he was trying to meet up with Johnson. Couldn't quite get there. Caruth out for Riverton High School, being brought back in by Nickel. Over to Mosman. A lob going across field, brought on by Loham. Good change of direction by Riverton's Heil. Some tough play, a swipe. Someone in the crowd brought a penalty flag with them. Crossfield lob there by McLean Hellier. Swift movement by Heil, gets it back in Riverton possession. Vaughn with a missed touch on the ball. Ayers regaining control and starting to read the field. Over to Nickel in center and forward. Interesting move by Lander. Could have been a dangerous moment for Riverton High School. So the GK for Riverton rushed forward. So DeVries comes forward, and then Riverton didn't see the opt from Lander to pass back and try to take a shot from the wing, which could have been dangerous territory. 35 minutes left in this first half of play. If you're hanging out with us on Facebook or on YouTube, I want to welcome you. I'm Rusty Wirtz. Excited to be calling a rivalry game. Now, this rivalry is near and dear to my heart. Some of you know I'm a Lander alum. However, my fiance is a Riverton alum, which makes dinner really interesting. Meant with the most love. Take the ball out is DeVries. He'll take his own GK. Camden Nickel will have it swiped from in front of him. Goes into possession of Johnson, sends it downfield. Rushing forward is Calvert. He gives it a booming kick to the opposite side of the field. Past the 50, landed about the 40, and a sharp kick coming from Weaver. Nope, there's that cowbell again. DeVries out with the goal kick. I'll land in center circle. Vaughn and Mosman in a face-off. It was a footwork face-off. Ayers getting control again. Met up by Vaughn instead. He'll take it near the sideline. A little rough between the two teams. It's to be expected during a rivalry game. I like to think these type of games are what pushes teams to give that extra 10%. Not that they wouldn't normally, but competition always fuels the fire. Toss in from Howard. Mosman with work over to Reed. Advances forward yet. Gets caught up in Vaughn. Vaughn chasing him down in his hot pink cleats. Nickel downfield. DeVries has a really good habit of rushing forward to narrow down those angles, so that way tries to keep Lander from scoring. Of course, we saw Calvert do something similar just recently. Advancing is Brown. Calvert quick to get a hand on it and clear the goal, rolling that out to Ayers. Nickel playing keep away with Vaughn. Reed making his way downfield. A fun fact, Parker Reed has been playing soccer literally since birth. He said he has 18 years of soccer experience, and his favorite quote is "Go big or go home," which that may have been the wrong time to say that. It's going to be Riverton ball with a free kick. The ref's going to touch base with some of the Riverton players. Gives Hinkle a pat before he jogs on. Ball will go forward and roll out past the touchline. Being brought back in by McLean Hellier. Toss to the wing to Wheeler. A long kick. Starting to get headed around. A lot more intense of a crowd here entering the second match of the day. I can also tell it's starting to get cold. I can see some chilly dances down on the sidelines. You're allowed to laugh at that because I literally could not come up with a better term. Being brought back in by Riverton's Johnson. Riverton advancing, swiped away by Hellier. Sent downfield. Good head passes today coming from both sides, both Lander and Riverton. Wheeler gonna head that away over to Ayers. Ayers with movement. Facing off against Vaughn. Ref's gonna chat with Ayers. With the free kick, Bryce Nimmo. He'll read the field. Clock ticks on, 30 minutes and 44 seconds left in this half. Keep in mind this is the first half of play, so join us for the halftime show. We'll recap any scores that go on, take a look at some of the movements of the teams, and go on with our schedule. Racing to it, getting caught up there was Loham. Looked like they met up with Vaughn. Whistles, a yellow card awarded early in the game. This is a personal speculation, so hang me out to dry if you must. I've never been a super fan of cheering people on when they foul. Coming in for Weaver is Welsh. Welsh is a powerhouse himself. One of his greatest sports memories was being a 2017 state champ. A nice steal there from Ayers. Keeping up the pressure. Riverton's on him. Vaughn will get tripped up. And the ref will say, get up. He didn't actually say that, but that was the hand motion. Hellier drops back to Nickel. They're going to set up and read the field. Instead meets the head of Riverton's defense. Ayers to the side. Kick out of bounds. Looks like it may have come off of Reed. It'll be brought back in by Vaughn and tossed off instead to Howard. That was a jumping trip there. Looks like that was Stowell might have jumped into Parker Reed. Lots to pay attention to this match. Good movement so far from both teams, making this performance a good one, I believe, from the Tigers and from the Wolverines. Vaughn taking a second to read the field, almost gets it picked off by Nickel. Nickel hot on his feet. Mosman intercepts in the middle of a pass, gives it down to Donahue. He'll make it to the wing. He's looking to pass left. He sends it over to Nickel inside the penalty box where it's lobbed out of bounds. From the touchline, we have Donahue. Mosman, good footwork. That'll be picked off by Hinkle. A lob over, met by the hands of DeVries, clearing the goal for Riverton. That kick was received by the leg of Loham. He'll pass right to Ayers. A possession drop back by Reed into McLean Hellier. Mosman to Ayers. Lander advancing slowly, but this time making sure to set up. A shot on goal deflected. Looks like that came off of Brock Hinkle. That'll be Lander ball. To the corner, we have Mosman and Reed. I believe Mosman will actually take the corner kick. He'll lightly tap to Reed, who will bring it in. Tries to get a head on it from Nickel into the goal. No good. I can appreciate a good cowbell. I myself was a marching band student at a time. And yes, with a cowbell part. I was that guy. My camera gal's looking at me like I'm crazy. Ball goes into the air. Vaughn's going to drop back. Reed goes to try to get a swipe. A little short. Ayers with a nice swipe. Slipping his pink cleats in there and tossing it left. Welsh brings it forward to Nickel. Welsh will follow the ball out of bounds, or it won't go out of bounds. He'll stop it just before, sensing that Riverton was closing in and taking advantage. Welsh with a lob downfield, met by DeVries. Big kick from DeVries, lands at about the 40 of the Lander half of the field. Forward motion for Lander will result in the ball rolling out past the snowdrifts and out of play. Coming in for the Lander Valley Tigers, we have Ben Hamilton going in for Joe Hillier. Hamilton coming in for his first appearance in the game. I have to say, so when we first started broadcasting games for Lander, because that's who we follow, although I will always call an unbiased game as much as humanly possible, I did a survey to the students and the athletes, and it turns out France is one of the favorite teams of the Lander team. They like to follow them. The second most was the Real Madrid. Nickel to center circle. To Loham, who will give it a boot, returned with a head. That came off the head of Fisher. Fisher, a tall player on the Riverton team. Out of bounds on Riverton. Quick to take it back into play is Ayers. Try to see what was called there. Free kick on behalf of Lander. Mosman will take it out. 24 minutes to go in this first half of play. Score currently 0s across the board. A lot of head passes, not going very far. A big kick that comes off the foot of Brady Howard, advancing Riverton past the 50. We have a wild crowd here tonight, and in the best way possible. You want a home crowd, of course, to cheer you on and amp you up throughout the game. Lander does have a crowd as well. I have to say, part of the Lander crowd is actually sitting below me on the home side, but you can see them all bundled up over there. It is pretty chilly. The wind's starting to breeze in the stadium. Mosman going up against Howard. Pass to Reed. Reed reads the field. Gets caught up in Vaughn. Quick to change direction is Stowell. Wheeler chases it down to the wing. That'll get booted out of bounds. Riverton ball. Ball in off of Heil. I might have to turn down my field mic. Someone's trying to get his candy bar back. Race into the ball is Donahue. He'll pass, looks like to Ayers instead. That's going to be taken mid-pass by Stowell. Whistles in favor of Riverton. Taking that out will be Bryce Nimmo from the free kick. 3 subs lined up for Lander. Oh yeah, field mic's definitely going down. Sorry about that, folks. I promise it was just as hard on my ears as it was yours. Nickel trying to gain possession. Instead, a shot on goal that was taken out by Hayden Brown. That'll go too far right to see the back of the net. Jonas Calvert lining up to take his own keeper kick. Going in for Lander. Missed a few of them. Elliott coming in. Jaden Elliott, that is, since there are 2 Elliott brothers. Also in is Silas Wheeler. The one thing with Lander is you'll see them make good use of their substitutions. Jaden Elliott to the wing. He'll kick that left, trying to meet up with Ayers. Instead, that gets kicked by Matisse Weaver. Gets deflected and cleared from the goal. And a trip coming up. That comes off of Jaden Elliott. Where'd he even buy one of those ref flags? No doubt an Amazon purchase by one of the Riverton home fans. Nimmo with the kick. Landing about the 20, meeting the head of Nickel. Vaughn will do some footwork, working the formations. Being chased down by Johnson. Oh, that was not Johnson, that was Caruth, my apologies. An attempt on a play stopped and taken on by Mosman. Sends it downfield. Jaden Elliott, who's a powerhouse when it comes to speed. He'll meet it at the wing. He'll lob left, caught with both hands by DeVries. Ball cleared. That kick will land just inside the sideline and go out of bounds. Brought back in by Hellier. And again by Elliott. He'll give that off to McLean Hellier. Mosman with the ball. Matisse in the center. Don't think that went where it was intended to go. Out on Riverton. Nice knee move by Silas Wheeler. He'll send it left. A little too much power. That'll go out of bounds. That was past the end line, giving it a GK to DeVries. Going in for Riverton High School is Oldman. Lander also lining up for a substitution. Nickel over to Elliott. Trying to find a way around Johnson. To the corner by Howard. I think someone just fell out of a chair in the press box. Hope they're all right. Loham over to Wheeler. He'll do a lob up and over the goalposts. Substitution going in for Lander. We have Joe Hellier returning. Looks like taking a seat will be McLean Hellier. Keeper kick is out. Lands almost darn near in the center of the center circle. Mosman advancing quickly downfield. Tries to make his own shot on goal. That'll be bounced off of the white goalpost. Good movement downfield by Wheeler. That'll go out past the end line. That'll give Lander a corner kick. In from Mosman. That'll land square in the center. Deflected off of Loham. Looks like that might have been off of a hand, given a free kick to Riverton. Riverton's DeVries setting up for the goal kick. Kicks up. Wind picking up here at Riverton Stadium, home of the Wolverines. Not a bad day for soccer. It was certainly a little more chilly in Pinedale during their last game. Last week, a soccer match was canceled against Moreland for the Tigers due to snow, which I found out they don't have a press box in Moreland, so I'm kind of glad they did cancel that one. Hopefully it'll be a lot more warm and favorable for a soccer match. Mo's been following that out of bounds. Riverton ball, bringing that back in will be Nimmo.
Fisher enters for Riverton.
Fisher coming in for Riverton, taking a seat. We'll see Johnson. Good footwork by Mosman, gets picked off by Riverton. Fisher on the side, gets met by Joe Hellier. Fisher fighting over it with Loham. Out on Riverton, Loham's ball. Hellier will toss to Loham. Sends it on to Nickel. Ball will go back by Calvert. He'll let that roll past the end line. I think he took one look at the field and said, that's not the kind of setup I want to throw back to, and
Johnson enters for Riverton.
Sets you up with more time for a goal kick. Can't tell if he's going to have Wheeler take it out or if it'll be Calvert. Calvert coming forward. He'll pass right. Wheeler on to Hellier. Being chased down by Caruth. Forward to Welsh. Welsh is one of those players that can bob around just about every position on the field. Exceptional with forward movement, but also has played great mids and defense. Getting caught behind. Could have been quite a play coming off of DeVries, ended up on the ground. Coming back in for the Lander Tigers, we'll see Reed return to the field in place of Elliott.
Enters for Lander.
That could have been a moment of opportunity for the Tigers. I just didn't have someone there. DeVries being met by Nickel at the 40. Reed with a swipe. Goes left to Welsh. Precise passes from the Tigers, trying to keep control inside this third of the Wolverines. Ball will roll past the end line. Looks like that'll be an out on Riverton, giving Welsh the corner kick. Reed going with him. 13 minutes left in this first half of play. Corner kick is in. Loham chasing it down. Meets up with Ben Hamilton. He'll end up on the ground. Looked like a fairly clean collision. Ball being brought out by DeVries. Met by a head with Stowell. Loham dropping back to Hamilton. Met up with the sideline. On top of the ball. Looks like Donahue. Excuse me, that was not Donahue. That was actually Carter Ayers. I could tell by the pink cleats. I was telling some folks at our media studios that we need a Coolest Kicks award. On the ground, taking some time to get back up. We have Ayers. He'll limp it off. Trying to meet with a head. That was Johnson. Welsh trying to get a deflection, sticking out his leg there. Joe Hellier will follow that out of bounds. Substitutions. Going in for Riverton will be Oldman. Riverton ball coming in from Brady Howard. Both teams readjusting. Nickel with an attempted swipe. Meets up with Caruth instead. Now Vaughn fighting to keep control. He'll get tripped up with Welsh. And the ref will say, hey, both get up. Welsh gets up, runs downfield. Vaughn took a sec. Downfield with a jump, trying to meet it with a head was Wheeler. It looks like that'll be a foul called on Lander. That's going to result in a free kick. Taking that out. Looks like Nimmo. Nimmo with the kick. That'll go about the 45. And again, starts that power struggle. Reed advancing downfield. Over to Silas Wheeler. He'll kick back from the ankle. A shot on goal by Reed, caught by DeVries of Riverton. DeVries, it seems like he's enjoying a game of catch today. Loham to center circle, passes left. That'll go out of bounds in front of Carter Ayers. It's going to be Riverton ball. Brought back in for the touchline. Heavy pressure from the Lander Tigers. That'll go back out of bounds.
Elliott enters for Lander.
Jaden Elliott going back in for the Lander Valley Tigers. Coming out, we have Ayers taking a break. Going in for Riverton. Joining the game is Drake Bradshaw and also Riley Murray. Taking a seat, Vaughn will come out, as will Caruth. Toss into Loham near the sideline. He'll give it a boot. Meeting up with Reed. He'll take control. Passes right, goes to Welsh. Nice movement by the Lander Tigers down the field. I think we're seeing Lander on the Riverton defensive side more often than anywhere on the field. Shot on goal. That was one you weren't sure was going to go in by Loham. Is that Loham? That was Loham. Okay. Loham with the score. It went past DeVries. I don't think he thought that was heading in. So with 8 minutes and 28 seconds, left in this first half of play, that was a nice sneak is what that was. Current score, Lander Valley Tigers 1, Riverton Wolverines sitting at 0. Taking a tumble. Looks like that gave a pretty bad fall to Howard. Nimmo taking the kick. That free kick will end up in possession of Nickel. Pass downfield, meant to meet Weaver. He'll take control on the wing. Shoots left, meant to be hit with the head by Reed. No good. Loham to Nickel. Trying again with the footwork. Goes over to Silas Wheeler. To the corner with Elliott, who will drop back. Nickel with a shot on goal. Up and over and in! Nickel with the second score of the game. 7 minutes and 15 seconds left to go. That's a victory lap if I've seen one. Going out to meet him is Calvert. You know, you got to celebrate your accomplishments, right? Coming in for Riverton, we see Vaughn returning to the field. Okay. So far, a high-intensity match between these two teams. Riverton and Lander both giving 210%. 7 minutes left to go in this first half of play. Lander 2, Riverton sitting at 0. Calvert gonna roll the ball out. Goes over to Elliott with a pass, moving on to Welsh. Reed will lose control to Vaughn. A trip up there between Nickel and Riverton's Johnson. That'll result in a penalty kick. Excuse me, I think that was actually, it looks like a free kick, but they're lining up. That kick will go up, over, and through the field goal post. Does not count for a score in this match. Since it went past the goal, that will go to a goal kick from Calvert. Weaver racing to the sideline. Great quick movement down into the wing, met up by DeVries. Weaver's a player that his intensity will increase as he gets closer to the goal, and it's really fun to watch. But also high intensity matches like this one, even better. Rivalry week between Lander and Riverton. Ball will go out of bounds, being brought back in by Johnson. And passed off again to Heil. Heil taking his time, trying to read the field. He tosses in, missing Brown, ends up in possession of Wheeler. Silas Wheeler, a good juke move, drops back. Elliott over to the side. No one to meet him, that'll roll out of bounds. Heil will bring the ball back into play from the touchline. Riverton hanging back. That toss will be met by Nickel. Lander back to working the formations. Wheeler to the side. Meets up with Nickel on the opposite side of the goal. And a shot on goal by Elliott. That'll be deflected by the foot of DeVries. That was a good move. I'll give credit where credit's due. Going in for Lander, returning to the field is McLean Hellier and Kellen Donahue. Coming out, we will see Silas Wheeler take a seat along with Joe Hellier. Ball's back into play. Camden Nickel keeping on top of it. Same with Loham. They're going to hacky the ball around with a shot on goal, blocked with a jumping block by DeVries. Goal cleared by Riverton. Great efforts by both teams in this match. DeVries will bring the ball back in. He'll take his own goal kick. Kick goes out. Change direction by McLean Hellier. That was a miss by Ben Hamilton, then fixed by Callum Wheeler. Much to the dismay of Caruth, who is there waiting in the defensive third of the Tigers. 2 minutes, 43 seconds left to go in this half of play. We'll do the halftime show at that point. We'll recap the first several scores and talk about what's to come in the second half. Honestly, one of my favorite things about calling these games is to see how the teams adjust at halftime. Some will just swap out their goal keep. Others will completely restructure their formation. Caruth in the corner. Wheeler is going to give it a boot out. Caruth bringing high intensity. That ball will be brought back in by Johnson. Nickel keeps the ball high in the air, kicks it out of bounds, Riverton ball. The stadium lights are now on here at Wolverines Field. We're sitting at about 7:10 in the evening. This game got a little bit of a late start because, well, the girls' match went into overtime and then a shootout for the traveling trophy. Spoiler alert, Lander was able to take that home for the ladies, and now it's the contest between the boys' teams. Tigers versus Wolverines. One of the best rivalries, in my humble opinion, one of the top 3 in Wyoming. At least high school level, you know. Lob downfield. That'll graze off the head of Hamilton to the wing and followed out into a snowdrift. I believe that's a goal kick for Lander. Substitutions going in for Riverton is Brady Howard. He'll replace Oldman. Taking the keeper kick will be Callum Wheeler. He'll give that a boot. Returned off the head of Hayden Brown. Can't help but cringe sometimes when you see a hard kick returned off the head. Welsh downfield. Stepped on the gas to meet up with him is Elliott. Tries to meet up with Weaver, gets tripped up. No call, looks pretty clean. Hellier sends it just in front of the penalty box, instead kicked out. That is the horn for the first half of play. We're broadcasting live from the home of the Wolverines in the stadium here in Riverton. We'll come back with the halftime show here on WyoToday.com. We'll recap the scores and talk a little bit about what's to come for the Tigers and for the Wolverines right here, streaming live on Facebook and on YouTube with WyoToday.com.
Does your car seem like it's feeling a little under the weather? Doesn't have that same get up and go or struggles to start in the mornings? Visit Lander Napa at 391 Main Street. Rick and the crew will help you get that car feeling brand new. They know the right parts and have the experience and Napa know-how to set you up for success on your repair job. So come see Rick and the team at 391 Main Street in Lander. Open Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., Saturday, 8 to 5, and Sunday, 10 to 3. Lander Napa. Man, I'm hungry, but nothing sounds good, and I don't feel like cooking.
Let's go to Molino Italian Bistro. I've been dying to try their house-made pastas, spaghetti, linguine, fettuccine.
Okay, I'm in.
Ooh, and their chicken parmesan with zucchini noodles, seared beef tenderloin.
You had me at...
White truffle risotto, crab dip.
Sounds good, let's go.
Truffle fries, calamari. Hey, where are you going?
To Molino. Are you coming or what? Molino Italian Bistro. Sophisticated yet relaxed. Handmade fresh daily. 129 Main Street, Lander. Get a free appetizer with a dinner order for 2 Tuesday through Thursdays now through April 8th.
Attending college at Central Wyoming College's Alpine Science Institute is the perfect place to be during a pandemic. You can live in a cabin and be socially distanced in the beautiful foothills of the Wind River Mountains. The Alpine Science Institute is a multi-use educational and recreational center for degrees in outdoor education, outdoor recreation, environmental science, anthropology, and expedition science. Don't let a pandemic stop you from pursuing a degree that is full of adventure. Go to www.cwc.edu/alpinescience and make your way.
Central Bank and Trust is a proud supporter of Lander Valley Soccer. With 3 branches in Fremont County, their mission is to help develop Wyoming communities with Wyoming values. From opening your first checking account to taking out a loan for a new business venture, Central Bank and Trust is your local bank and lender. Central Bank and Trust brings top-of-the-line technologies to their customers with chipped debit cards, mobile deposit, QuickBooks integration for businesses, online bill pay, and more. Central Bank and Trust. It's more than a bank, it's a community. Visit centralbankandtrust.com. Good luck and go Tigers.
When it comes to protecting your family, home, car, or business, you can count on Mountain West Farm Bureau Mutual Insurance Company. You deserve a local agent who is dedicated to helping you with all of your insurance needs. And that's what you'll get with Jake Hunke, your local Farm Bureau agent. Jake Hunke offers the quality products and services you're looking for. Visit his new location at 450 Main Street in Lander or call 307-332-3295 and discover the advantages of working with a local agent. Trust experience. Trust Farm Bureau.
In any sport, athletes face the chance of sustaining an injury. According to the Athletic Training Association, 90% of student athletes reported some sort of sports-related injury. What's more is 54% report playing while injured. For various reasons, sports-related injuries are increasingly leaving our youth at risk of exposure to opioid-based pain medication. Fremont WhenTheGameSlowsDown.com is here to help navigate monitoring medication, social support, and suggestions on what to do when the game slows down. Brought to you by Fremont County Prevention Program.
Welcome back to the halftime show. You're listening and watching live at wyotoday.com, streaming live on both Facebook and on YouTube. Hey, little life hack here. If you're trying to stream off of a TV, make sure you're watching on YouTube because Facebook kind of dumbs down the quality a little bit. So anyway, 5 minutes left until the second half of play starts. We'll do another 40 minutes here at Wolverines Field unless something happened like in the girls game where we go into overtime and then have a shootout for the traveling trophy. Now, some history between these teams, right? It's a rivalry game. There's supposed to be history. I absolutely adore rivalry games. I think it's amazing. Riverton boys beat Lander back in 2019 for the traveling trophy, okay? That was a 1-point difference. It was an overtime. It was a crazy game. And if you're wondering why I said 2019, it's because 2020 robbed us of sports. So you can definitely say that I'm glad to be here calling live sports with live fans right here in Fremont County. And of course, Rivalry Week is just the cherry on top of that Sunday. All right, quick scoring recap as we get closer to starting the second half. At 8 minutes and 33 minutes to go, 8 minutes and 33 seconds to go, if I could talk to save my life. Loham with a shot that I don't think anyone knew was going in except for Loham. It was one of those that looked like it could have been a pass, and instead it rolled past DeVries and went in to make it Tigers 1, Lander 0. At 7 minutes, so just a few minutes passed by, and Camden Nickel was able to get a quick shot in. DeVries just wasn't fast enough to get a hand on it that time and takes the score 2-0 against the Riverton Wolverines. Now that's where we're sitting now. How this changes in the second half, well, that's yet to be seen. So, folks, hang tight here on wyotoday.com, streaming live on Facebook and on YouTube. I want to say thank you to all of our sponsors. If you see those ads in these breaks, make sure you support these businesses. They support you, your friends, your neighbors, and, of course, our young athletes.
When you're looking for a great deal on a new or used car or truck, think Fremont Toyota. Shop over 1,000 vehicles from 12 manufacturers you know and love. Plus, they give you their best price up front, so you can be sure you're getting the best deal possible. And their state-of-the-art service facilities and expert technicians come with their 1-year hassle-free maintenance plan with all new vehicles. Fremont Toyota, they're your friends and neighbors and proud to sponsor Lander Valley High School soccer. 103 Fremont Way in Lander. Visit FremontToyotaLander.com. Go Tigers!
Looking to get back in the game this year? Avoid the rush by scheduling sports physicals now with Lander Medical Clinic. Sports physicals start after May 1st and are an important part of youth wellness exams. Preventative health took a backseat to COVID this past year, and Lander Medical Clinic wants to get teens back in the door for their wellness and sports physicals. Schedule your child's wellness and sports physical exam in May, June, or July by calling 332-2941. Lander Medical Clinic.
I'm Sarah Penn. Go Tigers!
I'm Dr. Forbes. Go Tigers!
I'm Nate.
And I'm Billy.
Go Tigers!
Central Wyoming College has the perfect degree to help you learn, grow, advance, and lead. The new Bachelor of Applied Science degree in Organizational Management and Leadership is the perfect degree to earn during a pandemic. There's 3 ways to learn: online learning, virtual learning, and in-person learning. Whether you have some credits or no credits, you can earn a bachelor's degree at CWC and have the competitive edge for employment. Go to www.cwc.edu/leadtheway.
Does your car seem like it's feeling a little under the weather? Doesn't have that same get up and go or struggles to start in the mornings? Visit Lander Napa at 391 Main Street. Rick and the crew will help you get that car feeling brand new. They know the right parts and have the experience and Napa know-how to set you up for success on your repair job. So come see Rick and the team at 391 Main Street in Lander. Open Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., Saturday, 8 to 5, and Sunday, 10 to 3. Lander Napa.
Welcome back to Wolverine. No doubt this video will get censored for music on Facebook, so if part of this broadcast decides to go boop, make sure you check it out at YouTube, where they don't troll me as much for pregame music. All right, checking out some other fun facts. This year, Brady Samuelson, the coach for the Riverton team, this is his first year coaching, so interesting to see. It's funny watching some of the athletes dance to the tunes too. But Brady Samuelson, first year coaching, used to be an assistant coach, and Aziz Wahid, I believe, is the old coach's name, and he is actually a principal now. So moved up and gives Riverton a chance to see where this will take them. Riverton starting. If you're watching on your screen at home, Riverton's going to try to go from left to right, and Lander from right to left. A nice block by Weaver over to Reed. Weaver racing to the wing. He'll read the field. Instead gives a big old lob across field. Into the hands of Loham. Goes across to Mosman. Mosman with a shot on goal, a little too much power, and goes out past the end line. Fun fact about the keeper for Riverton, DeVries, if you think you recognize that name, you've probably heard it in the sports broadcast before. He was actually the quarterback for the football team and is now keeper. Goal kick will come out from DeVries. Big kick landing in the middle of center circle. Met up by Loham. He'll advance forward. He motions for the rest of the team to advance. That ball will go out of bounds. Ball back in play. Putting the gas on his nickel with a nice head pass. Vaughn fighting in center circle as well. Loham going forward. That'll be met up by DeVries inside the penalty box. DeVries with a farther kick than I think I've seen all game long, going to about the 40, about the 35. Down the sideline, we have Johnson. Johnson with a shot on goal, caught and saved by Jonas Calvert. Calvert, one of the taller players on the Lander team. It's giving him an advantage in some goalkeeping situations, and he does an excellent job at it. Downfield is Donahue. Donahue to the wing. Goes over to Weaver with a shot on goal, and that'll be caught by DeVries. Goal cleared and brought back into play. The cowbell is still alive and well in the stands, in case you're wondering. The crowd hanging in there. It looks pretty cold outside, and I'm glad to be inside wearing a t-shirt. Attempted to change of direction coming from Hayden Brown. Gets a miss there. Vaughn moving downfield, and a swipe by Reed. They'll both go for the ball, get tripped up. Back to Wheeler. Lander sticking with 3 main defenders. It looks like McLean Hellier helping out with mids as well. Now, when I talked to Coach Schaff last time in the post-game show at Pinedale, we talked a little bit about the change of formation between the first and second half of the game. And so far, it looks pretty routine for Lander. So maybe they decided what was going on was working for him. Oldman back in for Riverton High School. Coming out, taking a seat, will be Heil. DeVries with the kick. More precise, but met by Weaver. Donahue looking for his pass. Joe Hellier to Weaver. And if you're new and wondering why I say some first names and some not, I have quite a few siblings on the Lander teams that I cover. Pass to the right, getting inside the danger zone, gets lobbed out. Ref says it's all clean, motions to get up. Toss in by Joe Hellier. Parker Reed with a lob. That'll be changed by Nimmo. Weaver with the dribble, meeting up with Reed. Inside the penalty box, kicked out. Out on Oldman, Lander ball. That'll be a corner kick for the Tigers. Reed and Mosman. Reed kicks to Mosman, who will take it out. Mosman with some fancy footwork, if I could talk. Sometimes you follow the action a little faster than your mouth can keep up with. Weaver out of the end line. That'll be a goal kick. DeVries will take that out himself. Back in for Riverton, we have Heil. Coming out will be Oldman. Lander trying to get control in their defensive third. Taking it to the back is Caruth. He'll end up in the corner. That'll go out of bounds, and he'll fall into a snowdrift. The only flag I see coming up is one from the stands by a parent. I mean, I'd rather hit the snow, to be honest. As long as it wasn't that icy snow, right? Now I'm going to have to go touch it after the game. Coming back in with Lander, Joe Hellier. Over to Loham. Vaughn. Caruth closing in. Inside the danger zone. It gets chased out by Calvert. Calvert taking a second to let Lander get set up. Of course, that also lets Riverton readjust as well. He'll give it a kick. Whistles. It looks like someone might have an injury on the field.
Ross is on his way.
Substitution going in for Lander. We have Oldman back on the turf. Won't speculate too much, but we hope that Kruth is all right. He'll take a seat. Calvert will take the goal kick. He'll pass right, excuse me, left. I'm all switched around now. Hellier will drop back to Loham. Takes it forward again, and swiped by Riverton with Fisher. Fisher will get it inside the penalty box. Kicked away by Joe Hellier and out of bounds. Riverton ball. A nice move there by Fisher. Lander doing a good job of keeping pressure off of their keeper. Kicking downfield. We have Ayers. Wheeler meeting up with it. Trying to get in front of the ball. He'll get a foot on it. Get inside the penalty box. He shoots right and a lob across field. That'll meet up with McLean. Nickel will drop back. That gives it in possession of Vaughn. It's a race to the penalty box. Will the keeper get there first, or will it be Riverton? Calvert came down to smother the ball. He'll pick it up and walk to the edge of the penalty. He'll take a second. 32 minutes left in this second half of play. Current score, Lander Valley Tigers 2, Riverton Wolverines sitting at 0. Reed with a nice sneak there. That went past Heil of Riverton. Reed with expert dribbling. He'll shoot it right, then boot it out by it looks like Riverton. I think that came off of, I can't see that far. I have to use my handy dandy binoculars. So that came off of the foot of Howard. Hamilton going in for Lander. Giving Joe Hellier a break. He is a powerhouse when it comes to speed and keeping on top of defensive measures. A catch there by DeVries. A little surprised he didn't give it a boot sooner to try to meet up with Riverton. But that's pure speculation. I'm sure he has much more of a plan than I do. Good movement for Riverton downfield. Hamilton, he'll box out to give it to Calvert. Calvert taking his time. He'll give it a boot. Center circle with Reed. That over to Weaver, who advances. Donahue with a shot on goal deflected off of the goalpost. And if that would have been 6 inches to the left, folks, that would have been success for the Lander Valley Tigers. But Riverton thankful that I'm sure that didn't go in. DeVries had made a nice jumping block, but the ball was just beside him as he was on the ground. Ball's back in. Over to Reed in the center. He'll do a lob up and over and through the field goal post, which doesn't count for soccer. Caruth going back to the field. Glad to see he's okay after hitting the snow pile at the end of the field. 29 minutes, 51 seconds to go. Welsh in for Riverton. Welsh will replace Reed on the turf. Shot on goal. Taken by Donahue, stopped by DeVries. Callum Wheeler with a hard head on that. Ball will stay inbounds and then taken out. Ball coming in. I believe that was off the foot of Nimmo. Two heads will meet. I don't think they met each other, however. They both went for the ball. That can be the scary part about soccer is can often be a contact sport. And often can be a little rough on your noggin. Going into the field is Elliott, Jaden Elliott joining. Coming to take a seat is Ayers.
Elliott impairs for Lander.
Hamilton with the toss. That'll meet up with Nickel. Whistles will blow on that one. Looks like it'll be Lander ball. Penalty there against Heil. Weaver trying to read the field. He'll give it a lob just in front of DeVries, who will catch it. Have to say, maybe that's what being the Riverton quarterback gets you, is the ability to catch when you're in a tight bind. We'll see Calvert run forward, both to narrow the angles and pick up the ball. He'll give it a rolling return to the right side of the field with McLean. Kick downfield, meeting a very eager Kellen Donahue. He's putting the gas on it. Welsh to midfield, and then Weaver with a shot. Wasn't a solid block, but a block nonetheless by DeVries. Kick from Loham over to Weaver. Flag will go up from the ref closest to me. Not quite getting the other ref's attention. There we go. Ball brought back into play. Looks like it'll be Riverton ball. Kick coming off of Nimmo. Nimmo with the kick. Landed right around the 10. Ready to be met by the head of Hamilton. Also by Fisher. Loham will give it over to Calvert. Calvert sets up for a soft kick right to Wheeler. Nickel over to Elliott. Oh, there he is. I was like, saw a kid running around without their parent. Broadcast or not, I worry. Ball will go out of bounds. Lander ball. Substitution going in for Lander is Otis Beeson. Okay, I've been waiting to say this for a long time, so I might as well just get it out of the bag. Beeson can do a backflip, and I want him to prove it one of these days. At least he said that in his survey I sent out to the athletes. He's also been playing 12 years of soccer, so he's quite fun to watch when he's on the turf. Loham, a nice job dribbling. Advancing downfield with a pass. That'll go over to Elliott. Backed up. Ooh, a kick over DeVries. He'll palm it, doing a soft block, and then a catch. DeVries. He'll kick it to midfield. That'll roll past. 24 minutes left in the second half of play. Current score, Lander Tigers 2, Riverton sitting at 0. Riverton putting heavy pressure on the defense of Lander at the moment. Caruth getting a foot on it. Did that go off his face? He's having a rough go today. Ref will check on him. Caruth will get up. The officials for Riverton's athletic medical team have been a little busy today, so extra special props go out to them, keeping our athletes safe on both sides of Fremont County. It looks like they might sub out Caruth with Oldman. I could be wrong, though. He was getting set up and then saw it twice. Some back and forth between the two teams here on the field at Riverton Wolverine Stadium. Riverton with a cut past Welsh. That'll send the ball into the wing of Lander. Caruth meeting up with Wheeler. This is where we ended last time. Wheeler will lob it out of bounds. Riverton ball. If you're just now joining, we are streaming live at wyotoday.com and on Facebook and YouTube. So please, if you're tuning in and you know some folks that couldn't quite make it to the game today, this is their chance. 22 minutes left. Ball will go too far left. Couldn't find anything at the back of the net. Mosman in for Lander. That's Gus Mosman, by the way. Calvert going to give up the ball to Loham for the goal kick. Goal kick comes out from Loham. That'll go to a little left from the center circle, meeting up with Weaver after the bounce. A swipe past Nickel from Heil. Fisher with a lob that'll make its way over to Calvert. He'll grab that and return. Looks like he'll roll left, meeting up with Weaver. Weaver over to Hamilton, and Hamilton to Welsh. Riverton advancing into Lander's side of the field. Caruth getting into the danger zone. That'll get cleared out. Hamilton will follow it out of bounds. Lander ball. Hamilton with a toss into Loham. Realizing that he has both Vaughn and Fisher in front of him, he sends a lob downfield. That'll go out of bounds. Substitution going in for Riverton is Oldman. He'll go in for Caruth, who deserves a nice little rest. A little bit of intensity between some of the forwards of the teams. Good footwork by Loham, getting the ball advanced forward to Weaver. Ball will be lobbed back, met by the head of Loham, and on to Oldman. Big booming ball coming back to the 40-yard line. Jaden Elliott sending it down to the wing, racing out into what I would consider dangerous territory for a keeper to be in case of a misdirection or juke. We have Elliott at the touchline. Going in for Lander is Joe Hellier, replacing McLean Hellier. Swapping the brothers out for one another. A lot of action in Riverton's right wing. Elliott with great movement inside the penalty box. Over to Mosman, who gives it a back kick, and a side kick over by Welsh is blocked away by DeVries. No good for Lander. 19 minutes, 31 seconds left in the second half of play. I want to invite you to the post-game show. Normally, Coach Schaff joins in on the post-game show, so I'd like to hear his recap of the rivalry game. Corner kick coming in. Mosman, a little overshot. That'll go out of bounds after touching Weaver. Brought back in, I believe that was Fisher. Callum Wheeler meeting up at the 40. Gives a little boot over to Loham, who has hot pressure coming from Oldman. Welsh, who's an expert with footwork, he'll drop back. That goes over to Beeson. Chased out of bounds by Hamilton. Toss in by Heil. An intense rivalry game. Of course, Riverton and Lander did this back in 2019, where I believe Riverton took the traveling trophy that year. 2020 can just be erased forever, and I'd be okay with it. So, but of course, we had no sports, and I'm pretty proud to say that sports are alive and well in Fremont County. We have a nice-sized audience. Our players are all healthy and doing well across the county, so that's a good thing to be thankful for. Nice steal there by Welsh from Vaughn. Ball that rolls past Mosman goes into the penalty box. That'll be kicked out by Brock Hinkle. Stadium lights are on. Reed's going to go back in for Lander, letting Otis Beeson take a seat. Caruth's going to go in for Riverton High School, back in place of Oldman. It's a chilly game here at Wolverine Stadium in Riverton, Wyoming. If you're just now joining, I'm Rusty Wirtz, broadcasting live with WyoToday.com. If you missed the first match today, you need to go rewatch it. I'm just going to go ahead and tell you that. It was a draw, officially, but of course for the traveling trophy, you can't cut it in half, right? Or share. That probably wouldn't be a great schedule to get on with visitation. So they had a shootout, which Lander came on top for that one. It'll be interesting to see the outcome of this game, if it's similar. Very well-paced games. Pass back to Welsh. He'll kick it forward, and then jumping on top of the ball is Weaver. I can tell you the crowd is not happy. I think that might result in a penalty kick. Is that where we're going on for Lander with Weaver, I think? There's a lot of hands going up in the air. Yet to see what the ref's choice is. This will be, looks like a 1v1 with Mosman and DeVries. Mosman getting ready for the kick. Now when you get a penalty inside the penalty box and it's bad enough, you end up with a 1v1. The ref establishes where he's at. He'll blow the whistle to start. Mosman lunges for the kick, up and over, and into the goal for the Lander Tigers. DeVries juked one way, the ball went the other. That takes our score 3-0, Lander Valley High School. Definitely some unhappy fans, according to my crowd mic. But like I say, folks, when it's a ref's call versus mine, they're a lot closer to the game than I am. Whether that's in favor of the team I'm covering or not. Ball out, going to be brought back in by Fisher. Nice toss there, being met by Loham. Caruth hot on his heels. Pass from Reed goes out of bounds. .15 minutes left to go in the second half of play. A tumble over and on top of Joe Hellier. Now, my personal view from here looked like it was kind of equal. One went down, one went up, they both jumped. Ball will go to a corner kick, having rolled past the end line. Corner kick, up. That'll roll out of bounds. Dangerous territory for the Riverton High School Wolverines to be in. Goal kick going to come out off the foot of Loham. Hamilton taking the ball to the side. He'll kick that out of bounds, and by his expression, I don't think he meant to do that. Fisher will bring the ball back in. Meets Weaver with a head. A swipe by Nickel from in front of Hayden Brown. That'll go to the sideline with Welsh. Welsh will take it through the legs of Wheeler. Interesting move there. Over to Mosman. He'll shoot left, and smothering it out is DeVries for Riverton High School. I think I'm going to blind everybody in the press box, but I'm going to turn on the light. Sorry. How to make everyone look in the press box, step 1. All right. Follow me for more life hacks. Ball now moving forward with Riverton. Getting tripped up is Welsh. Looks like that also came along with Heil. That'll be Riverton ball. Penalty called on Lander. Taking it out is Nimmo. Good return off the ankle of Gus Mosman. Weaver downfield. That'll be swiped from in front of him by Brock Hinkle. 12 minutes, 19 seconds left in this game. Whistles yet again. As play intensifies and the time runs out, things get a little more rough. Nimmo with the free kick from the 20. Riverton ball, moving inside the 30. Fighting over the ball with Joe Hellier, swiped by Callum Wheeler. Welsh to the side. Facing off against Heil. That'll go down the sideline to Weaver. Heavy coverage coming from Nimmo. Nimmo putting up a good defensive fight for the Riverton Wolverines. DeVries with another booming kick. Joe Hellier goes to meet it head on. That'll go out of bounds. Bringing it back in for Riverton is Tanner Johnson. It's a fight, penalty called. Well, not an actual fight, but it was a fight over the ball, which yields a penalty in favor of Riverton. Join us for the post-game show. That'll come in about 11 minutes. We'll recap the scores from this game. We'll talk about the future schedule, and hopefully we'll see Coach Schaff up here. A jumping catch by Jonas Calvert. It's great movement, also slight height advantage. Jonas has come in the last few matches to be kind of the go-to keeper. A lob over the defense inside the penalty box, meets up with DeVries, who will get a hand on it. Ball gets smothered. That was off the foot of Johnson. Caruth to the corner. Gets a swipe from Hellier and over to Elliott. Elliott tries to make a pass. Instead ends up in possession of Vaughn. Weaver going down center field. Weaving, trying to get a shot over to Reed. That'll be blocked. A nice kick by Fisher. It looks to me like that could have been offsides, and that'll be called by the ref. Great reflexes, but offsides are kind of finicky when it comes to soccer. So the last defender is the last person on the defense, so in this case Lander, before they hit Jonas Calvert as the goalkeeper. You cannot pass to somebody behind him. They can be in front of him when you pass it that direction and run forward, but you can't do it the other way around. In the corner, Mosman over to Weaver. He heads it over to Welsh. A nice move there between the ref's legs. Over to Mosman. He'll make a shot on goal too high. That gets deflected back in. They're going to call it a goal kick since it went off the field goal. The football field goal, not the goal post for Lander. DeVries letting his team get set up. After running nonstop for the last 10 minutes, it's been a pretty back and forth game, so both teams, no doubt, going to be needing to refuel at some point. Jaden Elliott at the side. He'll pass to Reed. Reed drops back, then works the formation up to Welsh and to Hamilton. Great passing by the Lander Tigers on this side of the field. They've gotten to several, oh man, a shot on goal taken by Reed gets reflected off, or deflected, excuse me, off of the goalpost. I won't use this often in a broadcast, I promise, but that might have been a little robbed. I would say that for any team too. Coming in for the Tigers, Zachary Bingman on the field, and also Hamilton. A nice move by Fisher with a swipe in front of Hamilton. He works his way downfield, getting in on the danger zone. Stopped by Jonas Calvert, who smothers it after getting a one-handed block on the ground. Whew. Great movement by Dax Fisher, but also a great return by Jonas Calvert. What a game to call. 7 minutes, 10 seconds. That's left in the second half of the game. Lander Tigers 3, Riverton 0. Backpedaled kick from Weaver. An attempted juke by Elliott. That'll go out of bounds. He'll have the touchline toss. Coming in for Lander, Nickel, and coming in for Riverton, we have Oldman. Fisher will go back to the bench. Going in for Lander as well, we have McLean Hellier. McLean Hellier, great with endurance. Also, fun fact, he's a skier. That might help with the athleticism that we see when he's using it for the defense of the Lander Tigers. Shot on goal by Loham, can't rein it in. Lander moving back. DeVries with the goal kick. That's up. Meets the head of Weaver. Reed making good movement, getting tripped up. Looks like he was more running to keep his feet underneath him. Landers Bingman with the toss in. Loham to the center and off to the side. A lot of movement in the center third. Loham meeting into Vaughn from Riverton High School, who adds pressure. Ball going down the field into the Landers' defensive part. Turned around by Wheeler. Whistles. Heil will end up on the ground. Refs will give him a sec. We won't speculate too much on that, folks. Looks like Heil will get up. He'll get claps from the home crowd. Going in for Lander, Kellen Donahue returns to the field.
Donahue enters for Lander, and Fisher returns for Riverton.
Fisher goes back into the field for Riverton High School. Fisher, a quick player for Riverton. Weaver will come out. A boot from Nimmo goes to the center of the circle, where it's a fight with Mosman and Vaughn to get control. Movement into the penalty box results in the ball going out of bounds past the goal line. Looks like that went off of Lander, which means a corner kick for Caruth of Riverton High School. Caruth setting up. Looks like they might be going for an indirect shot there. Excellent curve on that ball. Met up by Bingman and brought downfield. Now Zach Bingman's been playing soccer for about 12 years. Now a commonality between I guess some of the longer playing students at Lander High School is Lander Strikers, as they do not have a middle school team, which I know some of them would absolutely love to have, especially with Riverton's new middle school team forming. I believe that's their first year for Riverton Middle School having their soccer team. With the lights, unfortunately, we also have a little bit of a glare, so thanks for hanging in there, folks. I need one of those small reading lights to clip to my stuff. Ball will go out of bounds. Of course, the game originally would not have gone this late, but due to the overtime with the ladies' match, here we are. Jonas Calvert letting the ball roll into his fingertips. Caruth keeping close coverage on him. He was expecting the roll. Loham met by Caruth and Fisher. Donahue will drop back. And yet again to Wheeler. The Tigers giving themselves a little more elbow room in the second half of play. Spreading out across the field. Laird goes left. You can tell it's Laird by the hot pink shoes. Nickel with a attempt to change of direction. That'll end up back with Landers Hamilton. Nickel will sneak it through, but it'll be picked up by DeVries. 1 minute and 3 seconds left in the second half of play here at Wolverine Stadium in Riverton. I want to invite you to the post-game show. Coach Schaff has been coming in for the post-game, which I certainly appreciate. It's nice to hear it from the coaches how the game went and you know what to look forward to for the next match. Now keep in mind, Lander will go on to play on Friday. So that'll be, let's see, the 23rd. They'll play Powell in Lander. And then on Saturday, Lander will pack their bags, and I will follow them over to Cody. A kick back to DeVries. That will result in a about 50-yard flying soccer ball. Whistles. Ends up at a free kick for Lander. Connor Ayers moving the ball down the field. Lander starting to sub out some of their players. And the horns will sound. Final score, Lander Valley High School 3, Riverton High School 0. We're going to take a post-game show. Actually, I kind of want to catch the celebration here for a second. We're going to check in with Coach Schaaf on the post-game show. We'll recap all of the scores for this match. We'll go back a little bit over the girls' match as well, and then we'll look ahead to next week. We want to thank some of our sponsors for this broadcast. Thank you, Lander Labs. Thanks, Hello the House, Lander Napa. You need to see some of these sponsors on here and make sure you go support them because they support your neighbors, your community, and our young athletes. As you can see on your screen here on WyoToday.com, well, it's a rivalry game celebration, which this goes back to even my time in high school at Lander Valley High School. An alumni. My other half's an alum for Riverton, so it's going to be a real quiet household when I get home. But for now, let's take a break, and we'll get back to our post-game show here on WyoToday.com.
Man, I'm hungry, but nothing sounds good, and I don't feel like cooking.
Let's go to Molino Italian Bistro. I've been dying to try their house-made pastas, spaghetti, linguine, fettuccine.
Okay, I'm in.
Ooh, and their chicken parmesan with zucchini noodles, seared beef tenderloin.
You had me at...
White truffle risotto, crab dip.
Sounds good, let's
truffle fries, calamari. Hey, where are you going?
To Molino. Are you coming or what? Molino Italian Bistro. Sophisticated yet relaxed. Handmade fresh daily. 129 Main Street, Lander. Get a free appetizer with a dinner order for 2 Tuesday through Thursdays now through April 8th.
Attending college at Central Wyoming College's Alpine Science Institute is the perfect place to be during a pandemic. You can live in a cabin and be socially distanced in the beautiful foothills of the Wind River Mountains. The Alpine Science Institute is a multi-use educational and recreational center for degrees in outdoor education, outdoor recreation, environmental science, anthropology, and expedition science. Don't let a pandemic stop you from pursuing a degree that is full of adventure. Go to www.cwc.edu/alpinescience and make your way.
Central Bank and Trust is a proud supporter of Lander Valley Soccer. With 3 branches in Fremont County, their mission is to help develop Wyoming communities with Wyoming values. From opening your first checking account to taking out a loan for a new business venture, Central Bank and Trust is your local bank and lender. Central Bank and Trust brings top-of-the-line technologies to their customers with chipped debit cards, mobile deposit, QuickBooks integration for businesses, online bill pay, and more. Central Bank and Trust. It's more than a bank, it's a community. Visit centralbankandtrust.com. Good luck and go Tigers.
When it comes to protecting your family, home, car, or business, you can count on Mountain West Farm Bureau Mutual Insurance Company. You deserve a local agent who is dedicated to helping you with all of your insurance needs. And that's what you'll get with Jake Hunke, your local Farm Bureau agent. Jake Hunke offers the quality products and services you're looking for. Visit his new location at 450 Main Street in Lander or call 307-332-3295 and discover the advantages of working with a local agent. Trust experience. Trust Farm Bureau.
In any sport, athletes face the chance of sustaining an injury. According to the Athletic Training Association, 90% of student athletes reported some sort of sports-related injury. What's more, is 54% report playing while injured. For various reasons, sports-related injuries are increasingly leaving our youth at risk of exposure to opioid-based pain medication. Fremont WhenTheGameSlowsDown.com is here to help navigate monitoring medication, social support, and suggestions on what to do when the game slows down. Brought to you by Fremont County Prevention Program.
When you're looking for a great deal on a new or used car or truck, think Fremont Toyota. Shop over 1,000 vehicles from 12 manufacturers you know and love. Plus, they give you their best price up front, so you can be sure you're getting the best deal possible. And their state-of-the-art service facilities and expert technicians come with their 1-year hassle-free maintenance plan with all new vehicles. Fremont Toyota. They're your friends and neighbors and proud to sponsor Lander Valley High School Soccer. 103 Fremont Way in Lander. Visit FremontToyotaLander.com. Go Tigers!
We're back here on the post-game show for WyoToday.com. Let's recap some scores real quick. Final score 3-0, Lander Valley High School against Riverton. At 8 minutes and 33 seconds left in the first half, Loham snuck it past DeVries, the keeper for Riverton, taking the score 1-0. Within minutes, I'm talking minutes, folks, Nickel was able to get a quick shot in just past DeVries, taking that score 2-0. That was it for the first half of play. And then in the second half, there was a penalty kick that Mosman got to take, which ended with the final score 3-0 in favor of the Tigers. Folks, I'm going to go try to catch Coach Schaff and see if I can get him to come talk to us for our rivalry game post-game show. He might be coming this way. I see you, Coach Schaff. Hey, folks, rivalry games, always a great time, and I'm glad I got to come cover this. Even as a Lander alum, it's great to see the students that I know from all across Fremont County compete in some of the greatest feats of athleticism. If you asked me to run that much, it would not happen, folks. We're coming back, hopefully with Coach Schaff here on the post-game show. I'm Rusty Wirtz, and you're watching live with WyoToday.com.
Looking to get back in the game this year? Avoid the rush by scheduling sports physicals now with Lander Medical Clinic. Sports physicals start after May 1st and are an important part of youth wellness exams. Preventative health took a backseat to COVID this past year, and Lander Medical Clinic wants to get teens back in the door for their wellness and sports physicals. Schedule your child's wellness and sports physical exam in May, June, or July by calling 332-2941. Lander Medical Clinic.
I'm Sarah Penn. Go Tigers!
I'm Dr. Forbes. Go Tigers!
I'm Nate.
And I'm Billy.
Go Tigers!
Central Wyoming College has the perfect degree to help you learn, grow, advance, and lead. The new Bachelor of Applied Science degree in Organizational Management and Leadership is the perfect degree to earn during a pandemic. There's 3 ways to learn: online learning, virtual learning, and in-person learning. Whether you have some credits or no credits, you can earn a bachelor's degree at CWC and have the competitive edge for employment. Go to www.cwc.edu/leadtheway.
Does your car seem like it's feeling a little under the weather? Doesn't have that same get up and go or struggles to start in the mornings? Visit Lander Napa at 391 Main Street. Rick and the crew will help you get that car feeling brand new. They know the right parts and have the experience and Napa know-how to set you up for success on your repair job. So come see Rick and the team at 391 Main Street in Lander. Open Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., Saturday, 8 to 5, and Sunday, 10 to 3. Lander Napa. Man, I'm hungry, but nothing sounds good, and I don't feel like cooking.
Let's go to Molino Italian Bistro. I've been dying to try their house-made pastas, spaghetti, linguine, fettuccine.
Okay, I'm in.
Ooh, and their chicken parmesan with zucchini noodles, seared beef tenderloin,
You had me at...
white truffle risotto, crab dip,
Sounds good, let's go.
truffle fries, calamari. Hey, where are you going?
To Molino. Are you coming or what? Molino Italian Bistro. Sophisticated yet relaxed. Handmade fresh daily. 129 Main Street, Lander. Get a free appetizer with a dinner order for 2 Tuesday through Thursdays now through April 8th.
Attending college at Central Wyoming College's Alpine Science Institute is the perfect place to be during a pandemic. You can live in a cabin and be socially distanced in the beautiful foothills of the Wind River Mountains. The Alpine Science Institute is a multi-use educational and recreational center for degrees in outdoor education, outdoor recreation, environmental science, anthropology, and expedition science. Don't let a pandemic stop you from pursuing a degree that is full of adventure. Go to www.cwc.edu/alpinescience and make your way.
Central Bank and Trust is a proud supporter of Lander Valley Soccer. With 3 branches in Fremont County, their mission is to help develop Wyoming communities with Wyoming values. From opening your first checking account to taking out a loan for a new business venture, Central Bank and Trust is your local bank and lender. Central Bank and Trust brings top-of-the-line technologies to their customers with chipped debit cards, mobile deposit, QuickBooks integration for businesses, online bill pay, and more. Central Bank and Trust. It's more than a bank, it's a community. Visit centralbankandtrust.com. Good luck and go Tigers.
And go Tigers. I'm joined in the press box today by Coach Schaff. Coach, what a way to have a rivalry game.
Yeah, you know, it came out, we were battling, and both teams were in it, and then we were able to get that first goal, and then got that second one right away, and it just really helped solidify that. So
I think the first goal kind of surprised everyone with Loham. It was almost like it was supposed to be a pass, but it went in, and everyone
Well, it's one of those things we've been working on being patient and slow playing. He kind of took the ball out and then just kind of cut it back, gave a little hesitation, and made the shot. But he was just comfortable on the ball. Didn't get panicked and made a great shot.
Yeah, great work by Loham. And then, Nickel, he's a consistent powerhouse.
Yeah, he goes.
He just goes and goes and goes. And, I have to give it to your boys. And I know a lot of them have played soccer for the majority of their lives.
Sure.
But, man, can they keep going?
Yeah.
When you see other teams start to walk, they don't.
Yeah, we're fortunate we got some subs we can put them in. But we got a healthy bench. And, so when players need a break, we can get it. But for the most part, our kids just keep pushing. They keep going. So
agreed. And it never hurts when there's a penalty shot in the second half. So that definitely helped the score.
Yeah.
And so at halftime you really didn't make a whole lot of adjustments, I noticed.
We tried to make a little bit of adjustment and it didn't work, so we kind of pushed back into what we were doing that was working.
Hey, if it's working, why change, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Okay, so coming up, we're going to see Powell, we're going to see Cody. What do you expect from some of those games?
Well, Powell, we played them really tough. They scored in the last 10 minutes of that game, and it's home, one of our few remaining home games, so I really expect it to be a battle, just whistle to whistle. We were able to dominate physically in that game up in Powell. Hopefully we can come out and do the same thing because I think it set the tone. And then Cody, it's hard to say. We controlled that game, obviously, and then they ended up getting that sneaky goal in, so it's just tricky.
So it's one of those, and I think the patience that you're talking about, because you can tell in the game, they're starting to stop a sec and go, okay, let's read the field and go from there.
Yeah, they're really starting to slow down when they got time and just look around for sure, and that's stuff we've been working on in practice, so it's good to see what we're doing in practice transfer to the game. So,
perfect. Well, thank you so much for making your way up to the press box. I appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you for doing it.
Thanks, Coach, and great game.
Thank you.
All right, folks. And, of course, Lander today, both teams have taken home that traveling trophy. So, big game for both teams. The girls took it to overtime. They were able to do the shootout, so it ended in an actual draw according to the AD for Riverton. However, that game ended in a shootout for the Rivalry Cup, which of course is a Lander alumni I'm not too upset about. So I want to thank you for tuning in. Please go support our sponsors and remember that they support your kids in the community, and I appreciate it. Huge thank you to Leanne Sanderson for helping me with the camera today. She was able to make it to where I could focus solely on the game, and that was super awesome for me. Also, a super special shout out to Eric Pauly, our general manager of WyoToday.com and Wind River Radio, making it possible to where I can come cover these games. Good night, folks. See you on Friday.
When it comes to protecting your family, home, car, or business, you can count on Mountain West Farm Bureau Mutual Insurance Company. You deserve a local agent who is dedicated to helping you with all of your insurance needs. And that's what you'll get with Jake Hunke, your local Farm Bureau agent.